Yummers.
Draw for me! Draw for me! In about 40 seconds when the ads are done. Oh no! Oh, criminy. Okay, I'm gonna... We have 30 seconds left. Ads are nearly done. I'm gonna run through. I'm gonna grab some copy and some paste, and I'm gonna grab some more of the... You know, you feel me? You ever just like, oh, you know? Oh, no, 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 it was too much. Oh, hi everyone. So minor issue. I don't believe I have access to my normal model. So I am going to wear my jacket right now. I'm going to put on the creature's TTRPG. I think I may have clicked the wrong button. Why is this like every single time I open this window capture, it is a different size. Every single time I open it, it is like slightly differently fitted. This is really annoying. I keep fixing it and then it keeps breaking again. I may have accidentally deleted in the 5 minutes before stream my jacketless model. Good news, I still have the file, so I can just upload it very easily, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. What if I become a vampire? I can become a vampire. How many of you have not seen me as a vampire? Ninja vampire. Activate! And I'm here. It's impossible to remove the jacket. I mean, hey, I'm not gonna sit here and say like, I got a strip. I can wear as much clothing as I want. I can also wear... Well, no, I was going to say I can wear as little clothing as I want, but that's just factually not true. I'm just unable to. Which clan of vampire? We keep talking about this, and, like, it keeps kind of coming back to Malkavian. Which I don't know if that's a good thing, but it certainly is one of the things of all time. But, for anyone watching, if you are a lurker, or if you're a chatter, or if you are watching the VOD, feel free to say hi. And I will do my best to respond to you, give you the acknowledgement that you were acknowledging me with. So like, hi Maddie and B and Zap and Surgent and everyone else who's watching and everyone else in the back. I am going to finish this ding dang TTRPG today because we have fix formatting. We have add biome trees, because we did all of the encounters yesterday. We have add biome, add region details. And we have update first draft, update older material. So like the very first stuff that I did in this game, I probably need to update that. Like the ancestor species, I need to update that. Not I need to change it, I need to just add in like, okay, here's some information about like what kind of factions they might be a part of. Here is a slight change of formatting. So we have like 5 or 4 things to do. One of which is super easy to add region details. That is like in each region, so plains and in hills and in forests. That is like how much ether can you get from here normally, right? That is how easy is it to get ether? How large do these regions tend to be? How many biomes do they tend to have in it? So for instance, I imagine the plains are probably going to have fewer biomes than most of the other ones because the plains tends to be a long stretch of terrain. Similarly, the mountains tends to be like only one biome per region because it's one massive mountain range, right? Meanwhile, the subterranean and caverns might have multiple biomes because maybe it's multiple different biomes like stuck together to form like that. You have a crystal cave next to a subterranean mushroom cave, and that opens up into one of the mouths of the many-mouthed tunnels, right? Those are all right next to each other, and they're all part of the same region, but they're all different biomes within that region. So this is going to be super easy. Biome trees, this is easy, this is tedious. I think we just grind this out first. Full stop. I think we just go through and we just go through, okay, let's go to the, like we already have, I think it's 4 or 5 of the biomes taken care of. So we need to go through like 7 biomes, 6 creatures each, and just go like, how much health does it have? How much stamina does it have? How much morale does it have? If it's a thing that traps you, how easy is it to escape? Trees? Yeah, biomes have those. Really? Really? You just kind of like skip out on a bunch of streams and you come back and you think you're some kind of jokester? You think you're some kind of prankster? You think that this is all a game to you? Is this all entertaining for you? Come now. I mean, if you explode your model, you're wearing the least amount of anything, even flesh. Been catching quite a few of your streams recently. You have. Welcome on in. You were busy with final season. No, I was actually thinking earlier how you have been kind of light on streams recently, and then I immediately thought, oh, it's probably because of finals. I hope that your finals are going well, and I hope that they end for you soon. Oh, your Lancer game was wrapping up. Awesome. So, I think we do 1.5, 2, 3, and I think as kind of like a 2.5 or a 3, sure. I guess we do in 3s now. I kind of want to add something where it says like building your world. I want to add a page which is maybe like 3 paragraphs of just like, hey, here are some examples on how to set up yours Neolithic world. How many factions should you include? How many species should you include? How many regions should you include with how many biomes in them? Because I'm thinking it's real easy to look into Neolithic and be like, oh, okay, so I need to make a map of all 12 regions and have multiple biomes within each of them. And then within those biomes, I need to have different of the ancestor species, and I need to have them have different interplays. Then I also need to have the creature species of the player characters. Like, no. Like, my thought process, I think you need creature species. So that's going to be like anywhere between like 1 to 6. I think you need, honestly, 2 to 4 ancestor species based on how large your group is. More players, fewer ancestor species. And then maybe 1 to 2 other species. But like other species that you as the GM make. Because I feel if you have a group of 3 players, and these 3 players each have their own species, then you only need like 3 ancestor species. So if like B has one, Catgirl has one, and Maddie has a species, I only need to add like the Grogan and the Thysatrix. And then suddenly we have 5 species to play with, each of which is effectively their own culture that has factions within it. That's already very politically sophisticated, right? That's already a lot to juggle just by having 3 plus 2. So like ignore the other species, ignore the more ancestors, like crazy. Yeah, no maps, no cartography. Oh, you just finished them on Wednesday? Awesome. Oh, you're in the middle finals? Ah, keep going. You got this. But hey, Catgirl, welcome on in. So, what we're doing here. Yeah, wait, these creatures got politics? Yeah, it's a Stone Age civilization. People in the Stone Age, like, interacted with each other. They had relationships. Now, they didn't have, like, well, they may have had, like, defensive alliances and, like, trade agreements and whatever, but they didn't have, like, kings and treaties and written contracts. However, they did have... Hey, Maddie, over here. Maddie, so I'm gonna kill Sergeant. But, like, I can't kill Sergeant by myself. Maddie, if you want to help me kill Sergeant, like, I'll give you, like, half of the rocks in Sergeant's house. How's that? And then you're like, I want all of them. And then I say, okay, you can have all the rocks, but I get all of the gemstones. And then you're like, awesome, I love rocks. And I'm like, awesome, I love gemstones. And then we go and kill Sergeant. And then we just had politics. We just had dealings. We had backroom assassination politics. It just so happens that the way that manifested is we went into your house in the middle of the night and we stabbed you. We didn't like poison you. We didn't hire an assassin. We just went over and we did it ourselves.
Be gone, fuck!
Half the rocks? Heck yeah. Gosh, is this just me or is all of my stuff very louder on stream today? Anyway, hi Waffle, welcome on in. So, we have these. I would say, let's get cracking. This is gonna be kind of like bang, 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 bang. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go down to the plains, and in the plains, I am going to first off do, I think what we do is native inhabitants. So this would be the true Lenogam Vashzal. I think neighboring biomes, these are the biomes that are most commonly nearby it. So I think that by the plains, there's often going to be the hills. I think what we do is we add in, next to each region, there are 3 other regions of the same type and 1 other region of a different type. So for instance, in the plains, this is a rift-starved region. This is an area that magic isn't flush over. So I think the plains are often going to be next to the hills, the forests. I mean, we don't need to do this, right? I don't think that we need to have the have neighboring biomes, but I feel like that might be. I feel like that might be like a nice to have kind of deal. So maybe I add this. Maybe I don't worry about this. Do I not worry about this? I think I don't worry about this. Hills, forests. I'm not gonna worry about neighboring regions. I'm just gonna do, for now, the native inhabitants, just so that if you as a GM are like, I want to run the plains, what are the species that live here? Arrow's the current mafia boss union cult thing. I'd like to advocate for our right of existence within the Neolithic as a Neolithic mafia or of ether. Tell you what, if I make a Games for Freaks styled zine and or supplement that I add to the Neolithic, and I might also add like Synthop or whatever, I will add a mafia style sub-faction in like a supplement. It's not going in base game, it's not going in the core rules, but it could be something that I add as a supplement. Spheel is a very cute creature. I didn't get to hear this last time, but is your model based off of something? My phone is messed up. That's really funny. Is my model based off of anything? Like my vampire outfit? Yeah, it's based off vampires. This is a Halloween costume I wore like a year and a half ago. And did I not do a Halloween costume for 2025? Or did I just wear the vampire costume again? Snap! 4 months already? What going in, Dynamite? Vampire the Masquerade tonight and Lancer tomorrow? Yo! What's good in the N? I was supposed to have Vampire the Masquerade tomorrow, and then I realized it was Mother's Day. And so this was with my siblings. We were going to set up a game. Oh, have I told you about my game? Have I told you about the character I made? I haven't told you about the game with my character. All right, we're getting distracted. So, my siblings and I, freaking stop Paint 3D. You're silly and stupid, and I know that we had a fling for a while, but I use Paint now because Paint 3D is no longer supported. Like, I understand that you just want my attention, but I'm not here to give it to you. I'm here to focus on my own interest. I'm building for me. And if you can't respect that, I'm going to have to ask that you step off Paint 3D. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for respecting that. Vampire the Masquerade. So I'm setting up a game with my siblings. I'm actually going to be a player. And the goal was that we're going to start playing next week, and we're going to do once every other week. We already did session 0. We already made characters. And the premise is we are going to all be working the graveyard shift at a gas station. Right. Arrow, will you bless our lesbian, goth, vegan, barbecue, pitmaster, polycule, plus rockstar, and Urblex vlogger? I, Arrow, as the central figure of the Arrow-dorable cult, as well as the boss of the mafia, and the establishment that the Union rallied against, hereby bless, under the grace of Cain, and potentially the grace of God, but like, hey, who knows if that's actually going to be applicable, your lesbian, goth, vegan, BBQ, pitmaster, polycule, plus rockstar, and Urbex vlogger. Go make interesting stories. There you go. That's your blessing. So we're all at the graveyard shift at a gas station. So I'm thinking, well, I did just make a wrestler on stream, but the wrestler did not fit. So I ended up not doing the wrestler. I was thinking of playing Malkavian, and my roommate, who's also in the game, was just like, hey, how about I play Malkavian? And then I'm like, oh, if you're going to play Malkavian, I will play Malkavian. And they're like, no. If you want to play Malkavian, and I'm like, no. If you want to play Malkavian. And then we both ended up not playing Malkavians anyway, right? Just wondering because it gives me Coffin of Thing vibes. I'm unfamiliar with that. No, Dr. Acula. I told my siblings about that, and they were just like, that is the best thing I've ever heard. And I was like, I know. I think you wore vampire because Nosferatu. Darn phone messed me up again. Kakarot, I'm laughing at you. I hope you know. I'm not laughing with you. I'm laughing at you, and I need you to know that. Yeah. Dr. Acula's too busy. So we're at the gas station. We're in like outside Cleveland, right? In a random gas station. So I'm not playing the wrestler. I made a new character. I didn't know what I wanted to play. I was like, maybe I'll play like a Ventru or something, because one of my siblings was like, how can I be... I think their first question was, how can I be sexy? How can I be a sexy vampire? And then when they learned about the clans, they heard about blood magic, and so they instantly honed in on Tremere. So they're playing a Tremere. My roommate ended up playing a Gangrel, who doesn't actually work at the gas station. He's just kind of like a homeless dude that hangs out outside the gas station. But he's a vampire, so part of the coterie. And I was like, what if I play like a Ventru? Like, I've yet to play Ventru. I think Ventrus are cool. And then my sibling who's running the game was just like, yeah, Ventru is a very solid choice if you don't know what else you want to play. And I'm like, yeah. And also I just want to play Ventru. What if, actually I've had the idea for a while now. You tell me if this will work. What if I just pick a Ventru where my entire thing is I just have money? And like, I understand that's like the Ventru thing, but like, no, I only have money. So I put 4 dots in finance. I put 5 dots in resources. And my character is I was a college student and then went into like finance. I'm really, really, really good at making money. So then a Ventru that was like in the business world picked me up and was basically just like, hey, I'm going to mentor you. And it was styled in like women in business, like mentorship program, which is why this like really like completely out of your league, like business figure is randomly like taking interest in you. But actually it was, I want to like vet you to see if you're Ventru material. Over a couple years, yes. So now I turned you. Turns out, just because you're good at making money doesn't mean you're good at playing politics. And when you're the clan of kings, politics is kind of really important. And so, my character has very little social graces. She is abrasive. She is assertive. She is in your face. She will tell you what she wants, and like she will get into a screaming match with a Karen and win. Like that's the kind of business person she is. And like she's also like late 20s, right? Well, now at this point, like in her 30s, but post death in her 30s, she looks like she's like in her late 20s. And so I gave her 1 dot of the Ventru lore sheet Hardestedt, who is like a super famous Ventru from Vampire the Masquerade lore. And the 1 dot of it is that he was known for yelling and banging his fist on the ground and slapping ghouls and like making a big show of it. And so if you take 1 dot of that, you have kind of like taken after that. And whenever you speak, it doesn't matter how hard someone is trying to ignore you, they will hear you. It doesn't mean they're going to listen. It doesn't mean they're going to like you, but like you are just a master of making your voice heard. And so I took that. And my 1 other dot was like, I don't know, status, right? Because I was like slightly influential. And so what it was is that I'm bloodbound to my sire. And the reason I'm working a gas station in the middle of nowhere is because I, as I have called it, am in baby jail. And my siblings are like, what? And then I'm like, yeah, I'm in baby jail. So I make money. However, my sire has bloodbound me. And because I have no political acumen, I don't know how to talk to an elder that's 600 years my senior. I don't understand how to navigate vampire politics. I have been stuck in baby jail. I have been put in this gas station, and I was told that my assets were like on hold from me. I have like all this money. I have like 4 dots of finance. I have 5 dots of resources, and I'm not allowed to go back to my penthouse suite because, independent of kindred stuff, I ended up doing like some tax evasion, and my penthouse got raided by the FBI. So now I don't have my haven. My accounts are all frozen by my sire, and I'm stuck in baby jail because baby jail is you're going to sit here and you're going to learn how to act with decorum and etiquette. And even if it takes you 3 decades, 3 decades is nothing in the span of kindred years. So I've been at this gas station for 9 years because my character Archer has not learned. Well, clearly, why am I in baby jail? I don't need to be in baby jail. Like, clearly I'm better than baby jail. And then my sire just goes, that's why you're in baby jail. You are in baby jail because you don't understand why you need to be in baby jail. And then the other fun thing I did, which is another thing that I'd considered before and I ended up going with, is Ventru, the Clan of Kings. Vampires, they all get disciplines. Each clan gets their own spread of disciplines, but you can only choose a couple from each. So Ventru get Dominate, which I would say this is like the Ventru discipline. They get Presence, and they get Fortitude. Fortitude is about physical and mental defense. It's about like making yourself more resistant to offense, which is what defense is. Presence is all about emotional manipulation, and Dominate is about physically compelling like mentally dominating others, telling them to do stuff. They enter a trance, they do it for you. This is like the Ventru power. Like, to be a Ventru is to be a master of Dominate almost inherently. So what did I do? When I make a character, I get to choose 1 dot, 1 power of each of one of these, and 2 powers of another one. So naturally what I did is I put 2 in Fortitude and I put 1 in Presence. And then with my feeding type, I got another 1. So I put another 1 in Fortitude. And so what I am is I am someone who I took Daunt, which as a presence power makes it so that people are scared of me and don't like me. It is a power that makes me like supernaturally intimidating. Like when you see someone in an alley that like you get like a shiver down your spine, or when like you see like a dog growling at you and you're like, I'm gonna back off. Like that's what Daunt does. Where the other presence powers are like, everyone around you likes you and thinks you're slightly more attractive. Like like lingering kiss after you feed on someone, they have this desire to come back to you later, which means that they'll be easier to feed on again. No, I chose the 1 power where it's just like, in my face, I'm in your face, back off. And then for Fortitude, I get more health. I reduce incoming damage. And I chose, I can ignore damage from like the sun and fire, right? I have a set amount that I can like reduce by the folkloric banes of vampirism. So my character is someone who is great at making money, great financial sense. You don't think I could dominate? Is it because I'm playing a finance bro? Listen, she has a great crypto scheme coming up. Also, we did decide that because I ended up choosing the siren feeding type, well, I didn't really think that's how like I fed. We ended up deciding that just my character was a hoe back in uni. Because like, hey, we stand hoes, just walk into the sun to show off to other vampires. I am the Ventru's weakest influencer. However, the thing with my character, she's the sort of person that if you walk up to her and you take her captive and you put a knife to her throat and you're just like, you're gonna hand us over the key to your laptop that has all of the bank account information, and you're gonna tell us how to get in, and then we're gonna and then maybe we'll consider not staking you out for the night. And then she'd just go like, all right, try it. And you try to stake her in the heart, and you can't pierce her chest because she has Fortitude protecting her. And she's just like, listen, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna tell you, you have about 3 minutes before my private security detail gets here, and I'm not gonna be nice enough to actually let you get those 3 minutes. And then we'll just start shouting at them as she's like held at knife point or gunpoint, or like they have like a stake to her heart. And like, she is not the sort of person that is like, she is basically the equivalent of like, she can't do anything, but she can just stall you until she can buy people that can, right? That's how I built this character mechanically. And that's why she's in baby jail, because she has no agency. She is not someone that if a werewolf came up to her, she would run away. She is someone that like feels like she could probably 1v1 a werewolf. She couldn't. Or she doesn't think she could 1v1 a werewolf. She thinks she could withstand a werewolf until her werewolf hunting hunter team can come in and kill it. She can't. And that's why she's in baby jail, is because her sire recognizes like, girl, you have no points of dominate. You have like 1 dot of etiquette. What is wrong with you? Like I thought you were Ventrue material. And then she's just like, listen, I can make money. That's all I need to do, right? That's what Ventrue are. And it's like, no, Ventrue are much more than just making money. We're the clan of kings. I am your sire, my sire before me, and their sire before them, and their sire before them. Like, and then I'm just like, I don't know what you're saying. You're saying all these words. She's the kind of person to say no. Exactly. She is the sort of person who like is like being threatened and will just say no. And like, I think that's going to be a really fun character, because obviously humbled, right? Humbled instantly. But my roommate's character is Gangrel, and he is basically just like a vagrant that then set up shop around here and is like a Gangrel, and he's plugged into the local Gangrel scene, and he's mostly got dots of shapeshifting and protean and a little bit of animalism, and he's basically our attack dog, right? He's our attack dog that what happened, like our MO, I'm the face of the party, right? I'm our Ventrue, and I am a very aggressive face. I am a very in-your-face face. I am a, like, I get in kissing range face. And what happens is that I imagine it's going to be, we're arguing with someone. I go up to them. I start arguing with them. They, like, punch me or stab me or shoot me or something. And then I just, like, I take 1 superficial damage from it. And I'm just like, Rags! And I clap my hands, and then Rags just jumps forward in dog form and tears out their throat. That's how I'm imagining this is going to go. My sibling's character is the Tremere, and he's a cat burglar. Or I think he's like a jewel thief. Who he heard that there was some big score in the local Tremere chantry, broke in, and he was trying to like get occult information so that he could break into places easier. And then they found him, and then they turned him. And then one of the flaws he took was that one of the flaws that he has is that the cops hate him. And also someone in the Tremere Chantry hates him. So he has a lot of enemies, and he's lying low here. And so I'm stuck in baby jail because I don't know how to be a good Ventrue. The cat burglar jewel thief, he is here because he needs to lie low, and his sire was like, okay, let's put you in this random gas station over here. We're going to put you out of the way. We're going to let things cool down for a bit. Maybe give it like a decade before you come back, because the leader of the Tremere Chantry in the local area hates you because you broke into our chantry. And then the Rags, the attack dog, the Gangrel, is just out here just like, I'm a dog. I'm a dog. I'm hanging out. I know the local Gangrel. I'm a dog. And funny enough, our Gangrel is the most politically savvy out of the 3 of us, because they have been introduced to the local Gangrel scene and have like 2 dots of influence, or like 2 dots of status. Because like I know like nothing about the scene because I'm in baby jail. I've been in baby jail for like a decade at this point. The jewel thief basically immediately got shuffled out and was just like, we're gonna move you out of the line of fire. And then the Gangrel is the one that's like been exploring and talking to other Gangrel, and like their sire introduced them to folks. And so oddly enough, I'm our face, but they are our like political Machinator. Whoa, gangrel upon ye. Exactly. I don't have a private firm of hunters. However, I probably have something like similar. Like maybe what it would be, I don't have to talk to my GM about this. I would have to be like the storyteller. I would have to be like, hey, I don't think I would have a private firm of hunters, but I would love if I could involve one of the corpos, like Monster X. So like I understand that on a meta level, they kind of suck and they don't do their job well, but I feel like that's the sort of company that once I became a vampire and I learned stuff was real, I would immediately like do research on them and then I would become a client, right? So they don't know I'm a vampire, but I use that, like I have them as a resource with my 5 dots of resources and my 4 dots of finance in order to, if I ever have an enemy, like they're the ones I call, right? And I think that would be interesting because then I'm playing with fire. They don't know I'm a vampire and probably they don't care. Let's be real. I have money. And I think it would be really cool if I had like a Monster X account, right? I was a Monster X client and I got like the premium package, which is effectively just like you have enough money that they won't look into you. It's the sort of thing where like Monster X is just like, hey, you can be like a normal client, you can be an advanced client, or you can be a premium client. A premium client is like 6 figures. However, being a premium client is no questions asked. We don't look into you. We don't ask like what we're doing, how, like all we need to know is what are we going after? Where is it? When do you need it done by? And I think that would be really interesting. You're full of cider. Welcome on in, Wolf. Wait, we were doing a TTRPG. Dang it. I got distracted. Let's go over to Tabletop TTRPG. Woo! Okay. Fried dumplings, because you've been to a wine festival. Oh, a wine festival has fried dumplings? Interesting. I'm doing well. We are going to go through. We already did the plains. We did their encounters. We did trees for them. I'm not going to worry too much about the different trees. I don't care that much. I'm not going to lie. Like, do you want a tree where it's just like if you're trying to kill the thing of grass roots? Because I imagine that if it grabs you, you need to know how you can escape it. So like if you cut down twistle bushes, trap paw pads, escape 2. So this is for an entire platoon of them. It is health 2. I think I'll go health 3. Morale 2, stamina 4. For a joint tree of an individual, it would be health 3, morale 4, stamina 6. For a joint tree, health 4, morale 3, stamina 6. Sure. Hills. So this is where we go. Native inhabitants. Roggen. And is it the Vort buff? Gosh. Hills. Please hold. Hills Vort buff. Haha! I'm smart. This is what happens when I have spent the last, like, couple days on and off just mostly thinking about this TTRPG. Oh, you need snacks not to go... I suppose that if you have a wine festival, you presumably want to have fried foods that are good at like absorbing the alcohol, right? Because it's like big stuff that like fills your stomach. Like 60 wine cellars. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine testing them. Swillibees, harvest peppers 2. A Nostravine, navigate routes, allergic reaction. Myconarl. Avoid quills. Stretch. Okay. What if instead... What if for the plants, instead of being like navigate routes, it's like harvest roots. So what if, because like we have plants and we have animals. The plants are kind of animal, the animals are kind of plant. However, what if escape palm, harvest, fingers, 2 active. Let me tell you what, if they ever offer you watermelon cider, don't hesitate. Well, I don't drink, so I will hesitate. I'm sorry. So if you cut down the twistle bushes, some species use them as traps. Some species use them as traps, or what? What would it be if like, or shoes, or automatic shoes, or so trap paw pads. These are big lily pad looking things that if you step on them, they flip up and they wrap around you. That's what they are. So what would you do with that? Like, some species use them as traps because if you step on them, it traps up around you. Or as traps or shoes that automatically. How big are they? They are average a meter in diameter, but some are as large as 2 meters. Maybe a container? I mean, they're used for fabric, particularly outdoor use like tents and tarps. Some species use them as traps or shoes that automatically conform to the body. Animal and plant, what about fungus? Okay, so, Brutal. This is a situation where, like, the difference between a twistle bush and a pack quip, in my brain, I said I want there to be like 3 animals, 3 plants for each biome. We have plenty of fungus that occupy both realms, both the plant and the animal realm. We have plenty of minerals that are sentient or that are animate that occupy either of them. So it's something where the line between plant, animal, fungus, mineral is blurry at best. So we have plenty of fungus. Drop stuff you want to keep in them, they close automatically. Yeah, this one. Or self-closing containers. Okay, so pack quip. Arc gripper. Yeah, I guess. The native inhabitants are the Grogan and the Vorpoth of the hills. We have the encounters. Harvest peppers. We have plants that hunt and animals that grow fruit. We do. And that's what, like, I want the system to be as crazy as possible. And I'm not going to lie. I watched the recent Quinn's Quest version video about Stonetop. And it made me feel like, okay, I got to step this up. Which, anytime I say, hey, when I want inspiration, I look at people talking about stuff they love or stuff they hate. I am currently, I'm watching, what's her name? I feel so bad that I don't remember her name. I haven't watched her content in a while. And this is the first thing I'm watching of her in a minute. Carrie Can Read. Carrie Can Read, over on YouTube. She's been over the past couple years doing a plot synopsis of the Mortal Instruments by Cassandra Clare. And I just now got recommended the finale from like 7 months ago. Thanks for the follow, Brutal. And I am listening to this and it's so silly. It's so just like, I don't know. It's, I'm right now doing exactly what I say I do when I want to be inspired. I listened to Quinn's Quest talk about Stonetop and he was raving about how amazing it was. That inspired me to like kind of double time on the Neolithic. because it made me really like impassioned about it. Now I'm listening to Carrie Ken Reed talk about Cassandra Clare's Mortal Instruments, and I am in the mood to write prose, because holy heck, if the Mortal Instruments can get as popular as it did, I can get popular. I can have success. I can get published, because wow, that is an interesting story that Cassandra Clare is telling. Noted, but do we draw a line between the living and the not totally dead? No, not really. Like, I don't think we have any explicit reanimation in the setting yet. But I feel like that's prime time for additional biomes. I feel like that's prime time for a cordyceps style fungus biome where everything is like a fungus zombie. I think that's prime time for an area where acid is everywhere, so your flesh is constantly melting. However, there are creatures there that symbiotically attach to you and move your limbs for you by connecting to your nervous system. Like, I feel like we could get into way more body horror. The core rules, I'm keeping fairly whimsical. I'm keeping the core rules and the first book released, because there might be more, who knows. Pretty like crazy, I would say. Like, it's whimsical, it's odd, it's weird, it's to me, it's very interesting, but it's not really scary or horrifying. There are horrifying things in it, and there are horrible things in it, but it's not really a horrifying tone. Yeah, because animation hasn't been invented yet. People don't have thousands of sheets of paper to draw on and mimic movement. Gosh. Honestly, like, it's been so much fun in making Xeneolithic to just be like, yeah, X hasn't been invented yet. Like, initiative hasn't been invented yet, so we don't roll initiative. Singular greet to each of you. Ooh. Singular greeting. So harvest peppers, harvest roots, allergic reaction, avoid dequill. Hard turn. 3 health, 3 morale, 6 passive. This is just one of them. Mass Stugger, 8 health, 3 morale, 12 stamina. Flipper Skipper. Armada. 3 health, 4 morale, 4 stamina. Forest. Native inhabitants. This would be the Foratrix and the Cling. This would be Thissatrix. And so I am going to go back up to the... I actually made a system that called a goat jaw as a resolution mechanic. What the frick? I'm sorry, that was such a genuine reaction from me. So it's a Lenogam troop. Because in the Lenogam, as well as in the Thissatrix, there is a cultural divide in their species, where different members of the species in different biomes, or in different regions, have like literally completely different cultures. Which like, some do. Like the Cling are pretty centrally organized. So the Cling in the Arctic versus the Cling in the forest are pretty reasonably just like, they're going to be similar. But the Thissatrix in the forest, which are the Foratrix, and the Thissatrix in the desert, which are the Desertrix, completely different. Like unrecognizable almost to one another. Which I think that's cool. I think that it's cool that there's a couple species that have radically different cultures and even biologies across like species, regions. Even though they're still part of the same species, they can still reproduce with one another. They still have cultural touchstones that they rely on in both time. You can spin it on a top and you look at a compass facing on a tablecloth or something, and teeth up or down, basically a D8, a scuffed weighted D8. Do they ever migrate? Depends on the species, right? Copper core. I think chop down, climb up. So I did change it. Okay, so this is, oh frick. See, this is the issue of having two documents. Because I have two documents because on my personal account, that's like the master doc, and then this one I keep copy pasting from the master doc to here, but then I'll edit this on stream. So there's slight differences between the two. So I do need to go through and I need to make sure that they're all the same after stream, but it should be fine. Basically, I changed the copper cores so it's not zinc anymore. I made the copper cores so that the actual copper cores themselves just produce copper, because I want it to be the Copper Age. I don't want it to be the Bronze Age, because copper came first. Arablimo. They have a tensile strength. Yeah, I think that it's just like you can climb over them. Those are crusty. Harvest berries 1. I think that's it. Trees. The Balker, 3 health, 6 morale, 5 stamina. That's just 1 Balker. An Edic. This is like Bedlam. Swat away, feeding. Longo. This is 5 health, 6 morale, and passive. And then this is the Congrat with the richest copper veins. Swamps. This is native inhabitants. Strovadellum. As well as the... What the frick is in the swamp? Strovadellum? Lomp! Ah, how can I forget about the Lomp? The Lomp are so silly, right? The Lomp are legitimately, like, from just I'm glad I made that, they're one of the ones I'm most happy to have made. Because the Lomp was literally me just kind of spitballing. All of these came up with all of these were a name first. And then I ran from the name, right? But the Lomp in particular, I came up with the Lomp. I'm like, the Lomp is such a funny name. What else can I do here? So I added in the Glomp and the Fromp and the Thomp. Like, it's so silly. The Salt Drifts. To escape these... So coming to wait... This is a natural platform. If delicately removed and stored, the flowers lose their cup. Anchor strength, harvest, flower. I think it's trees is anchor strength and harvest flowers. The Wapatape. These are the little creatures. This is a full marathon. 2 health. Two morale, 7 stamina. I think that they have... I keep increasing the health slightly, because when I do like the pack quips, I wasn't sure, like, well, they're little, they're easy to kill, but I'm making a platoon of them. So I feel like the platoon would not die in 1 or 2 hits unless you are like really good at killing them. The Lomp and the Glomp and the Thromp and the Fromp and the Dump-a-da-bump-a-da-bum. So the Minerock. Cool. Like they're lower in stamina. The Kyubi. I think this is for a female. Right? Because it's larger, it's huger, it is like 3 times the size, or 5 times the size of the male. The caverns. This is gonna suck because I'm going to have to go through and I'm gonna have to make sure. Wow, is everything lined up on both documents? Shut up, Neko. Just because you're giving me faces doesn't mean I'm gonna acknowledge you. Native inhabitants. So we have in the caverns. An Alpip and a Clackalk. Man, the Clackalks living down here is wild to me. Cause like, I don't know. This is the one with the Pogasquark. What? This is the one with the Pogasquark of all places. The Clackalks, which are like the inner, the outer, they're super like secretive, they're super in their own stuff. They're dealing with Pogasquarks. Which is so funny to me. Like, Clackalks are the least edible of all of the species. They have beaks, and they have pincers, and they have, like, spikes. And, like, they're just not pleasant to eat. Why not use one doc that is shared between both accounts? Because I don't want to accidentally have it open on one and then, like, you see my profile picture kind of deal. It's just, I am purely... I will deal with the frustration if it means safety. Like, that's just a personal choice of mine. So this is Clackalk Alpip. You were laid out in your bed and missed Yap? You missed a little bit of Yap. I talked about my vampire character that I'm going to be playing with my siblings. And it's really about it. Then I kind of started talking... Oh my gosh, it's been 50 minutes already? What the heck? Now we're just kind of running through the system, and I'm adding in trees. What clan? They are a Ventru, and they're stuck in baby jail because they are a very bad Ventru. They're very bad at being a Ventru. Durmok, chop down, cross roots, cross canopy. Warbabble, snap under the weight. Chop down, be like a 1. They're very easy to chop down. Phylin, up to 6 meters diameter, purple and pink. Right, escape them. Kept alive. Tabbing. Harvest live. Harvest alive would be like 3 active. So you're telling me curry fried this rice. I don't think I've ever had curry fried rice. I've had fried rice, I've had curry. I've enjoyed both of them. But I don't think I've ever had curry fried rice. Man, I love the Pogasquark. 6 meters long, not including its tentacles. Thin skin that respirates. Head is hardened with cartilage, with a mouth possessing rows of regrowing teeth, surrounded by multiple sets of mandibles. Has 6 tendrils ending with 3 digits that have suction cups, used to climb and traverse the walls of the valley, as well as the pillars constructed by the Tabine. Has 2 tentacles that have spurs on the end, which inject a venom that it dissolves the victim from the inside out. Climbs up to high elevations and searches for prey with its 2 large eyes, leaps towards prey, and covers its head with injector tentacles to cushion the impact while still disorienting prey, restrains prey with tendrils and mandibles as it dissolves them internally, highly territorial, but rarely inclined to fight another of its kind. It's so funny to me. It will just back off if you survive like 20 seconds. If you do not get dissolved internally and stop struggling in 20 seconds, it will just leave. It's so overkill. It hits you from the top rope. It's so funny. Is there an ancient very advanced species? Celador. You are the ancient advanced species. You are the ancient advanced species. Now, that being said, is there species before the ancestors? Yes. There is the foremost. There are the younger. There are the pursuers, then there's the ancestors, and now it's you. So there's like 5 striations of generations prior to you. And the further away you get from them, the less information there is on them, because naturally. So I suppose you could say there are like ancient advanced species, but not in the way of like in D&D, they used to be able to make a holy avenger, and you might find that lying around. More so in previous entities were less decoupled from the rift, and so they had more innate magic power, and then they went away for whatever reason. evolved for war, probably hunted pursuers. Maybe. They are necessary evil to keep away the pursuers. Or maybe they're not necessary evil. They were created specifically to keep away. They were created by the younger, specifically to keep away the pursuers. That's like the only reference to the younger in the entire book. the outside of like the lore section about the younger. Because like I want this world to not be, oh, I have 20 pages of lore to read. I want it to be, there are 4 pages of lore if you want to read them, but they're not necessary. It might give you ideas on what to run. The Tabine, this would be a Tabine brigade. I love having little creatures and calling them brigades and platoons and armadas. It's so cute. I don't know. I just... The Hitongu. Anything alone Hitongu. It's 535. Mountains. Mountains! The first thing I heard was, oh, I have 20 pages of lore to read. Yeah, so we're not doing that. That's the opposite of what we're doing. So this is going to be native and inhabitants. That's going to be the Westwim and the... Gosh, what else lives in the mountains? I want to see if I can just remember. A Click-Clack. Or the Jirikiri, sorry. Right? Jirikiri are mountains and coastal? Yep. Jirikiri. Cool. As a dev myself, I would rather do autism gaming where you said I have 200 pages of dense rules, but also as a dev, I'd rather write 20 pages of lore because it's easier. Well, so currently in this system, I have 150-ish pages of spaced out rules, right? And then 15-ish pages of lore across the entire thing. There's rules for alchemy. There's rules for pet taming. There's rules for species creation. There's rules for factions. There's rules for how to actually play the game. There's rules for what if you're a mutant and you're not the same as the rest of your species. So like it's mostly rules, intentionally so, because I'm of the opinion that you should have a rules book and you should have a lore book. And this is not a setting that I think me giving you lore helps. I think me pointing at weird stuff and being like, look at how weird this is better, because no matter what I come up with, what you come up with will be cooler for your game. Okay, we're at the point where we no longer have trees. We have tree. No ads. Yeah. Okay. When dissolved in water, fruiting bodies.
Yummers.
Currently, I'm developing rules for myself how to build classes and races and spells and stuff for your own game, since you're a dude who knows an accomplished developer. I have a bad habit of taking a very simple idea and then too much lore metastasizes from there. Honestly, like, I don't think I've talked about this before. I'll talk about this after the ad is over, because there's still like a minute and a half for various individuals. But this game started as effectively lore. This game started where I was like, how can I make weirdo mechanics based on like just vibes? I was vibe mechanicking. I was vibe deving. Okay, so it's just harvest 2 active. Gonna keep running through these. I think what I do, as I should do this because I'm here anyway, I might as well. I run through these. If like this is only like 4.5 lines, I should probably add in another like sentence or two. Hairy fungus that avoids brightly lit areas, rotating around the peaks or through the day before settling at night. Ranges in color, always desaturated. Smells earthy, ashy, and spicy. Known for stringy overgrowth that burrows into crags for anchoring. Fruiting bodies are rare, only growing when the seasonal fog rolls in as shelves forming geometric patterns. shivers in the cold, sways at night even without in, snores. Harvest. I think this is a joint tree, actually. Harvest. Preserve shape. Be like a 5 active. I think it's harvest. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. So I was just saying that Xeneolithic, this system that I'm working on, actually started where I think I've talked about this before, like once or twice. I was actually on the train, and then I wrote the Philosopher's Stone on my train. I started on the train, and I thought to myself, like, what if you have a system where you don't have any stats? It's just rolls. And it's just vibes. And so I thought, what would rolling for Grogan look like? Like, for me, Grogan sounds like stout. Grogan sounds rounded. Grogan sounds like Earth-aligned. Grogan sounds like little. So I thought to myself, like, what happens if you roll for Grogan? Or you roll for, like, Thisitrix? And then I thought to myself, what if these are, like, alien species that, like, you evolve from? So you're, like, 50% Grogan, 50% Thisitrix. So you can, like, roll Grogan, you can roll Thisitrix. And then if something doesn't align with either Grogan or Thisitrix, like Kiki Boba style, you could always roll Mew. Because Mew would be this, like, ephemeral, like, just DNA, right? Everyone has a common ancestor, Mew. And you might have noticed that one of the ancestors is Grogan, one of the ancestors is Thisitrix, one of the mechanics in the game is playing a Mew. Like, it was just kind of naturally evolved from there. And then I started thinking, wait a second, so what if instead of, like, it just kind of being ill-defined, what if, like, Grogan have traits? And what if Thisitrix have traits? And so then I started assigning them traits, like they have antlers, and they have fur, and they have feet, and they have that kind of stuff. And then I'm like, well, what if everything that this one has, this one doesn't have? And then I started, like, building out more, and I thought of, like, the West Whim. And then I kind of, like, thought, like, oh, this, what if I have, like, a long one, like a Strovadelum? And what if I'm, like, weirdo? Like, what if I make, like, a weirdo name, like the Kling? Right? And so I just started, like, adding to it, and it went from a little exercise on the train that distracted me from watching a YouTube video to this. Grogan, isn't that one dwarf drink? Harvest preserving patterns would be like a 4 active. So you might have noticed that a lot of these are in the range of, like, 1 to 3. And I think a lot of trees should be in the realm of 1 to 3. I think that anything exceeding 5 is going to be, like, a lot. And I think anything exceeding 8 is, like, a legendary challenge. Because think about that. In my standard roll, assuming I have no bonuses, but I do, like, my title aligns and I'm rolling possible. So I roll 2d6 and use 7 up. I'm going to, on average, get that. And I think I get that, like, 2/3 of the time with no bonuses. So that means that I get 1 success. And even if I fail, I still get a success. I just make a payment. That means I have to roll, like, 5 times. That'll take a while. However, if I have a tool, maybe I can get an extra success if I use a knife to kind of carve this up. So now I need to make 3 rolls, which is still a lot for 5 successes. Maybe I have a knife and I also have a step stool that helps me get up to higher areas. That might give me 2 successes. So I rolled twice. So, like, suddenly, even though it still has 5 successes, 5 nodes required, it still takes multiple rolls, even if I'm, like, have a bunch of items helping me. Cadence. Tree. see. What if I do this? Yeah, plural and tree. Oh, I should go back and reformat that then. Tree. Unbroken seeds can be roasted for an aromatic, nutty meal. And used as a bowl. Cannons is flowers that fly around and they have pointed petals. Unbroken seeds, flowers are knocked down, their petals are collected for tool use. Knock down. Knock out of wind. And this would be like a... No, I feel like that would just be a one success, right? I can't... Okay, so flowers are collected. Pollen is a miracle ingredient. Harvest. Harvest petals. 2. Active. So I think what I do is I go back and I do this. And I do this. And I do this. And it's not fun, but it is. I think it looks nicer. And this is what I mean by busy work. This is like not difficult. This is just something that it just has to be done. It has to be done for this to just be a finished product. However, this system is nearly done. And I'm trying to set up a playtest game with some friends. That will be after it drops because I just can't get folks to drop their schedules on the drop of a hat. But I am looking forward to being able to play this system myself properly. I am looking forward to being able to try out, see if it works, see if it breaks. I very early on made a character with my roommate and was like, hey, can you make a character in this? Like, sure. And then we tried it and it was fine. And they were a little confused, but I think it was mostly that they had to read through all of the ancestor species. Oh, that's something I want to do. I want to add in a little glossary. I want to add in a little ancestor species. What's it called? I want to add in a little table of the ancestor species in character creation. So you don't have to jump around all of the different ancestor species. Because, like, yes, in order to properly make a character, you do kind of need to read all of the ancestor species. You don't need to read all the ancestor species to learn which ones have what traits, right? You return from the curry dimension? I thought it was the fried rice dimension. You're eager to play or GM the system for playtest. Like, I'm gonna be beating the war drum. I'm gonna be like bothering people on the server because this is something where like Synthop, that was like I just wanted to make it to drop it. Bad Deals, I wanted to make it and drop it. Xeneolithic is like, hey, I want Distortions even was like I had an idea, I wanted to make it. I wanted to kind of like flex my muscles. I wanted to see how the process worked. I wanted to make some projects that I could fully like end to end make. And then I just dropped it and I moved on. I might come back to Synthop because some people expressed some interest in it, and I want to evolve Distortions in the Cane supplement that I want to make. But now that I'm like in like wrapping up Xeneolithic, I want to take a break. I was so ready a month ago to just hop into the Cane Distortions. I think I need a break. I think I need to focus on like my writing, for instance. Not to mention my next big project I want to do is the girlfriend video because I haven't been doing that. You're telling me a dimension fried this rice? Have you considered like making people happy instead of making them sad. Because that's something like you have the power to do. That's something you're allowed to do as a person with agency. You don't have to follow the path of evil. You can just be kind. You can just be a good person. You don't need to reference the dimension fried rice. Harvest Petals 1. I think... Darn you, right? Okay, so, tree. Gosh. These are the giant nets. Sap used as adhesive. Tap sap. 3. Passive. Snap underweight. 5 passive. Because I'm thinking like sap used as adhesive for lightweight crafts. I think it's... So if I say tap sap passive. So passive is I do X, Y advances in tree. As opposed to if I do X, X advances in tree. If I have an active tree and I stab you, I am, by my roll, decrementing or incrementing your health tree. Whereas if I stab you, your friend is going to alter their morale tree because me stabbing you alters their friend's morale, right? I feel like tapping the sap and like trying to get sap from it. Like, is that active? Like, my thought process is that like I put the tap in, it starts dripping out and I have to wait. I don't know. It could be a countdown. Like it could be a countdown where it's just like X, Y, Z, boom. Like it doesn't matter what I'm doing. It matters that it's just going to happen in the background. Sap drip. More time spent passive. I mean, so I think that it's like it might even be countdown. It's like I put in a tap and then I just wait for it. And it drips out over time. A plural. A tree. Joint tree. This is active. This is passive. This is countdown. And this is going to be stamina. Oh! How many of you were here yesterday when I talked about Black Paradox? So with Black Paradox, I read more of it. And Piton did not survive. Well, he did kinda. In a weird way. In a Junji Ito way. I'm not gonna lie. It's a wild story. It's a story that I keep being surprised by and I keep not expecting. It's very funny. It's a horror story by Junji Ito about 4 people that go on the website Black Paradox and they're wanting to take their own lives. But the issue is they like run into their doppelgangers and like one of them one of them has like an evil doppelganger. That's why he wants to take his own life. One of them has a robot that he built that looks like him. And one of them has, gosh, I can't assign values while I'm also talking. I'm the worst yapper. So one of them has like visions of the future, like anxiety, disasters are coming for her. So she wants to take her own life to dodge them. One of them saw his doppelganger. And apparently if you see your doppelganger, you're going to die soon. So he's like, I might as well get ahead of the curve. Another one has a birthmark on her face that makes her look super ugly. And so every time she looks at herself in the reflection, she wants to take her own life. And the other one is a part of a robotics team where they built a robot that looks like him, and now everyone likes the robot more than him, so he feels like he's just going to take his own life so that the robot can be the real him. Right? Go through misadventures together. They all want to take their own lives, And turns out that the woman that had anxiety, she accidentally got in a car with the doppelganger, the woman's reflection, and the robot, and they were all trying to like kill each other. And so she's like, I have no idea what just happened there. And then the next chapter, after she meets up with the others, after she's just like, yo, I ran away from like these doubles of all of ours, they all try to take their own lives again. And then that ends up leading to a situation where one of them, the guy with the robot double, he ends up actually dying, and then he comes back from the dead, and then in his stomach is a portal to the afterlife, and souls are spewing out of his stomach. He survived, and then the full chapter passed where we didn't know what happened to him because he was dropped off at a hospital. It turns out he didn't survive. He was dead. He was brain dead. And the doctor who found him took him to a cottage out in the countryside in the mountains, and he has a giant swimming pool in his basement that he set up the stomach cells of the guy and gave them like stem cells, and is basically growing his stomach, and it's like the size of a swimming pool. And so now the portal to heaven is like large enough that a person can walk through. Souls are have stopped spewing out of it. But now, sorry, first, doctor. He works at the same hospital as the woman with anxiety. She's a nurse there. He says like, hey, are you okay? And like they're talking and they're meeting up for like coffee, and then he's just like, you haven't been thinking about taking your own life, have you? And she's like, what? How'd you know? And then he's like, it's all over your face. Listen, you need a break. Come to my cottage out in the mountains. Like I want to see you back up to full capacity. And she accepts. And I'm like, that sounds dangerous. And then he is just like, and she's like, oh man, I feel so bad that you're like spending time to like take me out here. And he's like, no, I just want to see you smile one more time. And she's like, doctor. And then like they kiss. And so apparently they have a thing. Who knows? Anyway, the woman with the birthmark and the guy with the doppelganger, they followed her because they think she is holding out on the souls that spewed out of the guy's stomach, because she dropped him off at the hospital. He was their source of souls. They're selling the souls on the black market, or are on the open market rather, because everyone thinks they're just like a new mineral that glows. And so they want more money. And then multiple people have blown up, like exploded buildings by hitting the stone, or in one case, shooting it with a gun. And so they're being investigated for terror attacks and distributions of like explosives. So now they're on the run, and they're after them as they're kissing. And then in the middle of the night, the woman with anxiety wakes up and she's like, I have really bad anxiety. Doctor, where are you? Looks all over the house, can't find him. The basement. Goes into the basement. Gets introduced to the stomach. Learns that he like found the guy. He was brain dead, but he was still technically alive. And saw the portal to the afterlife in his stomach and was like, I need to like open this portal, blah, 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 blah. And then she's just like, what the frick? And he is out here just like, yes, we need to continue to grow it so that like we can all go to the afterlife together. And then the doorbell rings. Because outside, suddenly, the woman with the birthmark, Barachi, was just like, my birthmark feels itchy. And then the guy she's with is just like, what, did you get infected or something? She's like, no, it feels really uncomfortable all of a sudden. And then one of the souls drops out of her birthmark. And they're both like, what? And so apparently because of the stomach, all of the souls in the afterlife that were nearby to the entrance fell through already. Now her birthmark is a new portal to the afterlife. So now she's spewing out these souls, and now she rings on the doorbell. Maruso, who is like the girl with anxiety, runs out and is like, help me please. And then she sees Barachi, and Barachi's just like, doctor, help me, you need to like take off this birthmark, because she was going to that same doctor for surgery, for like skincare surgery. But because of all the explosions, she wasn't able to get the surgery done. So then he does a skin transplant, removes the birthmark from her, gives her like a full skin transplant. She now has no more birthmark. And apparently the portal to the other world was in her birthmark. So by removing it from her face, it's like the souls are still spewing out of the removed birthmark and not from her. And so now what he did is he made a giant petri dish where he put the birthmark in, and the birthmark is growing with stem cells into a face. And the dude is just like, bro, y'all are friends. Like, what ties all of you together? And then, like, they've come to the or one of the characters came to the realization that Taburo, the guy, the doppelganger, he's just like, are you serious? And apparently, my interpretation of what's going to happen is that the reason all of them are like have holes to the entrances to the afterlife is because they all want to die. They want to take their own lives. And so the guy who had the robot double, he died by taking sleeping pills. And so I assume that that has something to do with the fact that his stomach was the portal, and she wanted to die because of her birthmark. And so that's why the birthmark has it. So now I have no idea what's going to happen with Taburo, who had a doppelganger of all things. And if Maruso, the girl with anxiety, who doesn't have a double, is going to die. Not this again. We trusted you to make peak stone punk xenofiction. This is how you repay us. That sounds so weird, but also really interesting. Hey, at least she didn't have to go through Junji Ito inflation. She did. It just was her face. I wonder if I can show. No, I don't have my camera, right? Basically, so like her face, so like birthmark is like that. Her face at one point was like, and like all of these were like souls popping out of it, right? Like it was Junji Ito. It was still horror, right? It's just, I find this story very funny as like, I don't know, maybe I just have a terrible sense of humor, but like all of these souls are like popping out of her face and like distending her face. And so she still had like it was like salmon roe. She still had like inflation on her face, but she didn't have what was actually just like a dude who was like giant stomach because it was filled up with souls. Like that one was like his stomach inflated and like his body was huge and he looked like the blueberry girl from Willy Wonka. Hello, how's the development going? We're talking about inflation. You have your Lancer session tomorrow. How many ultras should I put in the encounter? You should put 2. However, you should have each of them act like walk behind and act subservient to a single grunt, and have the grunt act like it's the ultra. And then the parties are like, okay, let's take out the grunts and we deal with the ultra. Why are the grunts not dying? And then suddenly the grunts are revealed to both be ultras. What if you want to end because you ate too much Taco Bell? I would be very fearful of where your entrance to the afterlife is. What was it? All right, I was doing trees. 4 to kill. 3 morale. I think it's 6 stamina. And Screaming Thievers. I think these things have no fear. I think they have great stamina. I think they die easy, right? I think that the Screaming Thievers, these things leap down from mountain peaks, slam into you, much like the Pogsquark, and just kind of like try to skewer you. And I think that they're not very good at it, but like they are going to like they are going to be banished to the Shadow Realm before they so much as consider backing off. Like I think they have more morale than they have stamina. There's a new Zack video on the Tortuga. Awesome. Awesome! We did the Rift Bleach regions. So, All Rift Starved region, or we did the Rift Starved regions, have difficulty between 1 of 3, indicating how many successes are required to navigate them. All Rift Starved regions have an ether value of 0 to 1, indicating how many times. So let me just real quick grab. Let me do this. Let me grab this. Before you judge me, do remember I make noises. That's all I ask. Okay? That's all I ask of you. Please remember I make noises. Yeah, so it's the Rift... So it's unfortunately the Rift Starved regions are done. But now we have gone through all of these Rift Starved regions, all 6 of them. Every single creature, every single animal, every single plant, every single fungus, every single mineral has some tree tied to it. Hogging. Now, do we need to alter these? Who knows? I don't know. I'm not the one to ask about that. However, they have difficulty between 2 and 4, indicating how many successes. All Rift regions have an ether value of 1 to 3. Oh frick! I went.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Arrow Noise Marine. Oh my gosh. It's too late, Arrow. I already have judged you and found you awesome. I'm not judging. I make noises. There are various Rift Starved regions, including but not limited to plains, hills, swamps, mountains, caverns. What was my other one? Forests. Holy frick. Not Ariel. So, plains, wide stretches of flat, windswept land. Wide stretches of flat land. Rolling areas of varying elevation. Areas dominate or built around built entirely areas built within and around a central anchor species. Inland areas that involve significant quantities of water. High elevation land masses that run in ranges. Areas recessed into the ground, but still open to the surface. Right. Okay, so this is just a brief summary of the different Rift Starved regions. I'm going to do something similar for the Rift Bleach regions. It's just so that if you are like, hey, I'm going to Rift Starved regions, blah, 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 all Rift that had difficulty between 1 to 3, indicating how many successes are required to navigate, travel them per day. Rift Starved biomes. Regions have a difficulty between 1 to 3 per... I think a difficulty of between between 3 to 5, indicating how many successes are required to all rift-starved biomes. Have navigation between 3 and 5, indicating how many successes are required to navigate through them. All rift-starved regions have a navigation difficulty of between 3 to 5, indicating how many successes are required to navigate through their biomes. All rift-starved regions have an ether value of 0 to 1, indicating how many times per day inhabitants can access ether. Troops, and per cycle, troops can access pure ether. There are various rift-starved regions, including but not limited to, and then a brief, like, one-sentence fragment summary of each of them. So, the grunt is their little brother's trying the mech for a first time, and they're both protecting their little sibling. Cute. Cute. Okay. First off, let me throw that there. And I'm going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I know. But also, there are various rift bleached regions, including but not limited to... Please hold. Please hold. Thank you for holding. There are various rift-starved regions. So that was between 3 to 5. I think this is between 4 to 8. And there's a much more... There's a much larger variation in how difficult it is to work through these. Criminy. You just do this. Indicating how many successes are required to navigate through their biomes. Then let me go back down. Indicating how many all rift bleached regions have an ether value of 2 to 3, 2 to 4. So, like, the difference between traveling through a rift-starved region is that it takes, to get between a biome, it's going to be like 3 to 5 successes, and then each day you can access ether maybe once. In the bleached regions, it's going to be 4 to 8 successes. However, you can access pure ether 2 to 4 times per day. So, or 2 to 4 times per cycle. So this is a situation where, like, if you want ether, you basically have to go into the rift bleached regions, but also it's going to be, like, way more difficult for you. Does it make me want to work on the system I made a little more than 6 months ago and then forgot about? That's what this is for. The goal is to, like, make you want to be productive. So this is subterranean. Areas completely submerged under the surface. I just read the title. I'm willing to be sacrificed to finish the Neolithic. Thank you. Coastal. Then I think it's Arctic. Then it's desert. Then it is something. Then it is Badlands. What is the other one? The other one is... Subterranean, coastal, Arctic, desert, something, Badlands. I spent like 2 hours on this. Why do I not remember? Volcanic. Areas completely submerged under the surface. Areas with some major connection to... with some major involvement of the ocean. What did I define the Arctic as? Was it low temperatures? I don't know if it was low temperatures. Because like obviously the any significant overlap with terrestrial and maritime interplay. Desert. What am I looking for? I don't even remember what I'm looking for. The Arctic. Inability to grow non-native plants. Areas unable to sustain plants not native to it. Areas with minimal precipitation. Areas with intense geothermal activity. Areas completely bleached by the rift. Okay. And just do this. Womp womp. Cool. Sorry I killed you for rocks earlier. Enjoy. Enjoy, Sergeant. Enjoy, cat. Okay, so halfway there. Halfway there. We have just a little bit more to go. We have 36 of these left. Oh, criminy. Oh, criminy. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, Squidward on a chair. Stone Saps. I think Stone Saps is... You don't need... drained strength for countdown. I think it's just like it's a drained strength thing. I think it's just they put the, like, if they're on you, they drain your strength over time. Armalte. It's just a tree. Harvested. Can be boiled in the shells to be eaten directly from the pot. Alongside spices and nectar. Alongside nectar. I think it's just harvest. Just 3. What about a tree for making the wine with stone sap? We're not adding... Okay, we're not adding more uses to these. We're not doing that. I will get distracted. I will be stuck in a loop. I will constantly, like... If I do that. I need to get this done. The stone sap already made wine. Like, you can already scrape off the waste products of it. I think I do joint tree culture. It has a health of... I think it's pretty skittish. It's got good stamina, right? It's pretty skittish. It's not very healthy. Health. Skettin. A full skedaddle. I think this is like 3. I think this is 3. I think they're like 3s across the board. The Castrowa. I think that they are shy, so they're not very high morale. I think that they have decent health, and I think that they have decent stamina. Decrasted? You want to be decrasted? No, distracted. Okay, this is going faster than I thought it would be. Frick! Heck! Darn it! I forgot to do... Okay. I need to go back and I need to... This is faster than I thought it would be, which I'm very happy about, because this was not something I was looking forward to. Native inhabitants. Nope. What am I doing? Subterranean is Strovadellum, as well as frick. Subterranean. Vashzal. The Vashzal. Ooh, spicy. They live in their underground communes, where they listen to rock and roll and play pop music. This is the Arctic, so I went too far. You said it's going faster than you expected out loud. Somehow it's going to slow you down. No. If I think it, it's already out in the world. It doesn't matter if I said it out loud or not. An armory. I think this is just... Escape grapple 4. I think it's fairly difficult to escape. I actually think it is a joint tree. Or I think it's a joint tree to escape grapple 4 active, and it is strangled 6 is a countdown. Right? So it's like fairly reasonable to get out. Like you do have to like be unable to do anything for quite a while. But I think it is possible that the corporal kelp just kills you. Strangled and skewered. I think that's what it does. Khajiits vary based on the moon they are born under, including making them a cat or a huge... Is that why the Khajiit are so, like, differentiated? Because, like, the Argonians are different and the Khajiit are different. In particular, those two are the biggest offenders in the Elder Scrolls, where they constantly look different between games. Sometimes they have tails, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they look like lions, sometimes they look like bobcats. It's, like, actually the reason why. Whoa. Orchestra. What? What are you doing? Health? Vetrogen? Lucia! Oh no! I think it's Mosaic Integrity. Integrity? Mosaic Integrity 6. I think it's just I think it's just a tree. If you Google, there's a whole chart. I'm not Googling that. I'm not being distracted by that right now. You can't distract me that way. I am beyond your tricks. I am beyond your machinations. The Vlugia. What the frick does this do? Thank you for the protective shield. I don't know what this does. Like I understand that was protection against distraction, but like, what even is this? What did we make? Why am I the way I am? Era, look, artisan soaps. Why would I care about artisan soap? Fuzz harvested and used as filling, cushioning, and armor. I think you just harvest. Harvest is an active where you can go. Wee. Okay. The Jarglnock. This is the creatures. I think they have really large health. I think that they have fine morale. I think they have low stamina. Right? And you might be wondering, like, hey, question, if stamina is a countdown and countdown goes down every single round, doesn't this mean that the best way to defeat a Jarglnock is to simply, like, wait it out and to simply just, like stall it effectively? Yes, that is true. That's the point. The point is that for every creature, I want there to be 3 ways to defeat it. I want you to be able to kill it, I want you to be able to scare it, and I want you to be able to exhaust it. Because I feel like those are 3 different ways that, like, different species will specialize in. If you specialize in killing and stabbing and beating with a club and arrows and slings, you want to fight things that have low health. You don't care how good its morale is, how good its stamina is. You want to kill it. Whereas, if you are a creature that's really good at just not dying, If they have high stamina, you're screwed. But also, maybe you can just outlast it. But like the Pogasquawk is a perfect example. It has really high health. It has decent morale. And it has low stamina. Because it's supposed to drop down, kill you, and then if you don't die, it leaves. Distraction, have you seen the stuff Tom Bloom has shown is going to be in the next book? No. I've heard a little bit of the Malagast stuff. Get grades back Monday. I can celebrate or cry then. I believe in you. No, not the Pogasquawk. The Pogasquawk. There is no Pogus. There is no Among Us. Stop it, you. That's not a yawn. What is not a yawn? That was me yawning. Beat it with arrows. Why would I send all my aromantic friends to attack it? Why do you think I send you off to attack it? I send my ace and I send my arrows. I fly them from my bow and my string and I send them off into my enemies. The Humfrill. They're such a silly little guy. Humfrill. Humfrill, Humfrill, Humfrill. Humfrill. Humfrill, Humfrill. The Kalelman. These are like 7 health. These are like 5 morale. These are like 5 stamina. Like the Jarkelnock should be even. Adding more health doesn't help though. I like it having a weakness of stamina. So I guess that means the Kalelman probably has less health, a little bit lower morale, but better stamina. This will be native inhabitants. In the Arctic, it is the Grogan and the Kling. Kling? Kling. In the Yupertatois, the Scorcher. Scorcher, my boy. I will distract you before the stream is over. You probably will. It's a Pogasquark. Oh, Pogasquark, right. Not Pogasquawk. Pog Squid Shark. Humfrill is the name of a friend. Yes, and the Humfrill is friend-shaped. Did you see the creature it was based off of? I don't remember what it's called, but it looked like it had one ugly mug, which is why I called it a mug of Humfrill. What is this? This is a creature? Scoresap. 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 Scoresap papa. 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 Scoresap excretion. And this is gonna be like a 12 countdown. You gotta like wait for it. Humfrill sounds like a non-binary name, like brick or tree. Yeah, kinda. By the way, did you get deeper into that Junji Ito manga you talked about on YouTube stream? Yes, I talked about that earlier. I got one more chapter in. And Piton, the guy with the stomach, apparently did die. But his stomach has been preserved and grown with stem cells to be a massive portal into the afterlife. And also, the woman with the birthmark had souls pouring out of her birthmark now. So the birthmark got removed, and the birthmark continued to pour out souls, but now she has like no birthmark, and so she's happy. And a doctor is doing it for both of them. A doctor is involved, and I think he's evil, but also like he's kind of reasonable, so... What is this? Spurg, flowers, seeds, flower petals. I think it's just harvest, flowers. 3 active. Sorry. Sometimes all you need is to just have some flowers to harvest. The restroom. We already have the restroom set up. 8 health. This would be... Okay. I think this is... So joint, trees. Honestly, crazy idea. Do we make this a circuit? No, I don't think this is a circuit, so I think I lower this a bit. Are you sure about the name Spurgs? Why? What if the anxiety girl gets a portal in her brain? She might. Because I'm thinking... So... Oh, I know what it's going to be. Okay, so... I'm not... okay. It's very clear. Wanting to die causes you to form a portal to the afterlife. Piton ate sleeping pills, and so his stomach manifested a portal. Barachi, her birthmark wanted her to die. Like, she wanted to die because of her birthmark, so that started forming them. Taburo, when he saw his doppelganger, specified that he saw eyes filled with hate, so I assume it's going to be his eyes. And I do agree. I think that Maruso, because her like anxiety is what it is, I think it's going to be her brain or her heart, right? It's going to be one of those like really important organs that she's not going to be able to survive without. And so the whole thing is going to be this doctor effectively, quote unquote, like treating them, but also like taking away their stuff that allows him to make a portal to the afterlife. Which one has her sin seed, though? That's a good question. I think it would be an angel. And I think that based on how she's acted, I think it might be aligned with the heart. It's an offensive... No, we had a different name that was the offensive term, and then we changed it to not be that. Okay, in that case, let's change this. What are these? These are flowers. Sporg. Sporg. Easy. Still sounds like it, that's fair. So we're gonna change it to Sporg. How's that sound? Because it's like a different word, but it's the same vibe. Why are you apologizing? Like, this is something that someone else brought up in a previous stream, and I think we changed it. A spod of Sporg. No, I like a spud because this is like potatoes. This is like iron potatoes. Yeah, don't apologize. This is effectively like, I'm getting free sensitivity readers here. That's pretty pog for me, right? I don't have to like look for people to be sensitivity readers. Like if I say something, if I have a thing that's accidentally like offensive, I would like to know so I can remove it. See, we could do a spod of Sporg. However, a spud of Sporg does still sound nice, and it has that potato reference. Restroom, the fourfold. The fourfold, I actually really like the fourfold. No! Sorry. I made a noise of distress. I apologize for my indignation. Health, I think these things are like 6 health. I think they're like 6 morale, and I think they're like 9 stamina. I think these things are like, you don't want to mess with them, right? The Triska, I think that they have surprisingly low health. I think that they will fight God, and I think that they have decent stamina. Right? I think that a Triska is like, maybe because it's just like praying mantis coded. But I do think that it would fight God and try to win, right? That's my understanding of the Triska. The plow. I think the plow. A pop of plow. I think they have actually decent health, right? Maybe even like 5. Just one of them has like 5 health. However, I think that their morale is really low. I think that their stamina is fine. So I think that this is one where like you want to scare them. Era squeaks alive and what? Did I squeak? What? What the heck? Triska should try to fight God and fold in the attempt. Yes. Decent health, but absolutely no morale. Exactly. Because the plow, like, they're little otter. Like, they hold hands. And so if you kill their friends, they're going to be really sad. They literally give up if alone. When we get a pure Arrow Squeak stream, what would that entail? Like, okay. Tell ya what. If anyone, whether you or someone else on the Discord or in the community, puts together a combination of just arrow noises, I will vet it, and then I will post it on the channel if it doesn't like... If it follows TOS, I will post it on the official channel with full credit to whoever made it if I get someone sending me a clip that is just arrow noises. So this could be like the yawns, this could be the squeaks, this could be the laughs, this could be the like the sussy noises, whatever you want it to be. But like, if someone makes a clip of that and sends it to me, I will vet it, see if it's like able to be posted or else if it sounds like kind of bad. And then I will post it as a joke. Oh, we all try to make you squeak? I feel as though positioning myself as a squeaky toy for an audience that comprises of many puppy girls is not the right way. Squeak baiting? No. I'm not that kind of person. So native inhabitants. This would be Thissatrix, the Desatrix, as well as the Vortboff. This should be italicized. This should also be italicized. Okay, the Whelpon. We're about to have an ad, heads up. I'm just gonna keep going. I'm probably gonna step away for a second from my computer. Do I have any juice? I do have juice! I have juice from last night. Yesterday? When did I get this juice? Was this morning? Did I grab cranberry juice this morning? No, I didn't, because I only had a croissant. You say that, but I don't have enough fingers count all the times I've said something stupid that got a squeak out of you, not even trying. That's the thing. I would be so easy to make squeak. Like, I nearly squeaked right there, and then I stopped myself. Like, my laugh now. This has not always been the case, but just when I do like an honest, genuine laugh, I will squeak. Like that. I think it's because I'm at a higher register. Where if I go to a lower register, if I go to a lower register, if I go to a lower register, and then I laugh, like that doesn't really go up high enough. But at like my normal speaking register, at where I normally talk, if I'm up here, like my vocal cords are only so high. Arrow laugh became arrow squeak. Arrow's a tiny bnooey. No, I'm not a bnooey. Like we could see that there was a tiny bnooey controlling my hands. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna step away for a second. Sorry, I had to get changed. Hey, welcome back, everyone. So that's the ads. I see that there was a bit of a shootout while I was gone, although it seems to be propagated by a single individual. Breaks are the time to do that, so I'm not upset. So, what were we talking about? Oh, right, I was being hunted Benui. Okay, well, you said you survived, and I thought it would have been so funny if you died immediately after. That would have been very funny. And so did the truth! I am no Benui. How dare you? Although I had a thought as I stepped away, and I'm not going to say that.
Be gone, son!
Okay, Maddie, you can't say that you... Let me scroll back. Okay, there was one time where... How did you not self-terminate? There was a single time where there was a redeem for Purge of the Week that it did not go through, which means it hit a mod. And that means it either hit me or it hit Maddie. So Maddie, there's like a 50-50 chance that you died. So you did not survive. That you are in a perpetual state of Schrodinger's survival. You either survived or you did not survive because you got shot. Or rather, I suppose you always survived. It's a question of whether or not you got shot or not, which is a different question, despite being similar. Odd and unusual. So, Wolfon. I'm done. Assembling my fit for Vampire the Masquerade, like Voltron. Thigh highs, 1 white, 1 black. 1 hand warmer, red studded. 1 fishnet sleeve, black. 3 bracelets, leather studded. Okay, so like that sounds like an amazing fit. However, that is so asymmetrical, I might actually like jump out of it if I was to put that on. Like, I think that would look great, and I'm very happy that that's going to be awesome for you. But for me, if I don't have symmetry, I will like crawl out of my own skin. And a Hatsune Miku shirt, okay, that ties it all together. Listen, I have now listened to Miku. I can no longer say I have never listened to Miku, or like I don't know anything about Miku. I now know some stuff about Miku. My roommate plays Project Sekai Colorful Stage on and off. I have listened to Miku. And this is her world, and we're just living in it. And I accept that fact. I accept our Vocaloid overlords. And I, as a VTuber, am not but the simple bridge between the real world and the Vocaloid world. You're back, Arrows of Benui. Listen. The Mafia extends into YouTube. The Cult extends into Twitch. There is overlap, even though they are distinct, so long as everyone understands. So, my hair isn't symmetrical. I know, but like hair over one eye is so cool. Like initially, it was as close to symmetrical as I could get. I didn't have just like no hair in my face. I had like one thing down the center because bilateral symmetry, broadly speaking. That being said, hair over one eye. You come bringing the truth. Arrow is cringe? Oh, okay, got it. Would you like to know more? I feel like, yeah, I would like to know more. Arrow's cringe. What does that mean? What is that Whelpon? Right, this is the right? Consuming prey. I think that's like a 4 countdown. The Cinnabriars. I think that this is the one where you have to stick your hand into it and purposely bleed on it in order to get its fruit. I think harvest fruit takes some effort. So that means you might have to pay in blood a couple times. The Kitke. These are your parasitic cacti. I think parasitic infection. 6. So like you have the parasite inside of you if you eat it. tick sand. I hate tick sand. I hate tick sand. I hate tick sand. I hate tick sand. That's how you know it's so good. Because like when you have something like tick sand, if it gets a reaction, that's good. That's what I want from these things. Like, oh yeah, like a cactus that's like a parasitic infection. That's gross. P. Okay. Okay. You get a genuine chuckle out of me for that. Hair over one eye because who needs depth perception? Literally, I go around and I like can't see on my right side. And people will just like, I'll just deal with that. Like I'll be on the train, right? I'll like go into the city and I'll like, so if like this is like a top down view, right? Like I'm sat here, there's a stranger to the right of me. My hair's like over my eye. I just can't see what they're doing. Like, I don't know if they're gonna stab me. I just can't see what the person to the right of me is doing. When I'm like walking down the street, and if I'm on the left side of the road and I'm walking this way, I just can't see if a car is gonna crash into me. I'm blinding myself to like 1/3 of the world. And you wanna know what? I look great doing it. Have I considered letting you tick sand in? Have you considered that if you're cold, they're cold, put them in your mouth? Joint trees. No, not hot. This is tick sand. They are bugs. They will eat your warmth. That is not hot, that is cold. How do you like this for a joint tree? Get off me! And then drain heat. Oh, this is the hugie. Right. So this has got to have like, this is like a copper core, right? It's like 12 health. It is, I think it's like 8. I think this is like, it's easier to scare more than anything else. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's gonna be a struggle. You're gonna not have an easy time doing this. But like remember, anything above like 8 is really, really difficult. Anything above 5 is harder than average. So like 12, 8, 12. Jeez. This is the moth. The moth will go like 5, 4, 6, right? Six morale, maybe, since they're not hunters. Yeah, I could do that. Although I like the idea of hillets. They're not easy to kill in any capacity. Which, like, I suppose morale isn't killing, it's scaring off. Right? Like, they're really hard to kill. They're really hard to exhaust. But also, like, they're fairly... They're still difficult. But they're, like, reasonable to... They are reasonable to... What's it called? Scare off. The Klammenwarfen. Trees. I think it's a patience. I think it has a patience of 2, and if you screw with it, then it flicks the roots at you. Patience for threats. Tolerance for threats. The Deponier, these are the things that can hold, collapse, or sink into lava. This will be a passive. Because if you're like getting on it, if you're hopping around on it, it's gonna sink into lava. But that's only as a passive tree. A battery of Flogesi. Never mind. I lied. Sink into lava. 3 passive. What is the Flogesi again? The Flogesi is... Oh, right. It's this thingy. This is the thing that's like a flesh-colored pitcher plant. Honestly, crazy. I give it health, morale, and stamina. Like, I thought it was a plant, but it's kind of a creature, but also it's not. Fed to remain stationary. Migrates every few nights looking for more prey. Pale pink skin, dust with ash. Has bone spur arms. Uninterested in and avoids larger creatures. Health, stamina, and a funny option. Jokes have high morale. Storms as intimidation factor, but low stamina. I was thinking of it's low morale. It's easy to scare off, but it has high stamina, so it can do the storms for a long time. Was my guess. Because, like, yeah, it is tiring work, but it is also, like, the main thing that G-Lac does is the storm, so it should be able to do the storm for a while. Internal gizzard uses carapaces to grind each other into something digestible. Three turns to digest something, to incinerate it. Maybe. Shard beetles. This would be joint trees of a flechette. I think these things are pretty tough. I think these things are pretty morale. I think these things don't have much stamina. Right? A close charm. I think these things have decent health. I think that they have low morale. I think they're skittish. And I think that they have good stamina. Ursernix. I think these things have really good morale. Or like good morale. I think these things have good health. And I think these things have their worst thing is stamina. Like they don't have bad stamina. They just have like average stamina. Right? 5, 6, 6, 5, 6, 8, 5, 6, 8, 5. Because like the Ursenics are your bears. Don't mess with Mama Bear. Give it health, stamina, and a funny option. I don't know. So native inhabitants. This would be the Westwim and the Lenogam Fallen. We are on our final biome. This took way less time than I thought once I actually sat down to do it, which like that's how you know it's good. Wingweed. Tree. Harvest. Just harvest 2 active. I think actually joint tree. Be harvest 2 active. Harvest from Maw would be like a 5 active. Because I feel like harvest from corpse. Harvest from Maw. Right? The barb creeper. Do Maws wear a cloak or a coat? I said well, so they wear a cloak of it, but it is a coat of wingweed, you know? Hot take the Maw should be 589.99. Okay, so I don't want anything to get higher than like around something on a D12. Like, I think 12 is the highest I have done thus far, and that's for the copper core and for the whale. I do think the maw should be kind of cracked. I think, like, the Triska will fight God and lose. The maw will fight God and win, right? That's what I'm thinking. So the Barb Creeper, wrap it around its protruding flesh and climb into its shell. Strangles us nice in. I think it's strangle. 5 for countdown. Stamina infinite. I don't think it's infinite stamina. I think that there should be a reasonable way to tire it out. Because remember, the thing with countdowns is ultimately, if you're fighting a creature, if you're fighting a maw, you can try and fight it and kill it. You can try and scare it away, or you can tire it out. Effectively, the tire out option is no combat is going to run longer than 3 actions, 6 actions, 9 actions, whatever it might end up being. So the maw, I think, might have like 8 health, 8 health, 7 morale, and like 10 stamina. So it might be something where it's like it's going to chase you down, but I think it's just how it strangles you. Suffer sap. I think it's shoots piercing flesh, feeds off disease, healthier injection spines 4. So the more you like use it, like that goes down and then it runs out of injection spines. The maw, I think we do like 8 health, 8 morale, 10 stamina. It is a creature that is like horrifying. It is horrible. I think actually crazy. 6 morale, 8 morale, 8 health, 6 morale, 10 stamina. Am I crazy to say 8, 12, 12? Because I think you can intimidate it. I think the way you deal with a maw is you don't kill it. I think the way you deal with a maw is that you scare it off. So we could do like 10, 8, 10, right? Where if you encounter a maw, the goal is that you want to scare it off. You want to be intimidating. You want to scare it off. You want to like tap into its trauma and make it have a trauma episode. Nothing is as fearsome as what has already happened. There's quite some love for the maw. The maw is technically speaking, I think, the first creature from this that we got fan art of. So, what is this? The crater formed. Okay. What if comfort instead? What if it doesn't have morale? It doesn't have to have morale. So like 10 health, 10 health, 10 stamina, no morale. Have a comfort option or something. You can kill it, you can comfort it, or you can exhaust it. 10, 6, 10. Dracul. Drakeen. I think these things have, it knows no fear, only pain. Wait. Just trauma. No, I'm comfortable giving the maw something weird. I think 3 health, I think 4 morale, I think 4 stamina. I don't think the Drakeen are a big crazy thing. I actually think that there might be 5 morale And then the Snicen, an individual will have like 6 health, will have like 6 morale, and I think have like 5 stamina, right? And that's it. That is all of, okay, we did, holy frick. What is the side panel? I don't want to click the side panel. I want to grab my cursor. We did the biome trees. We did the region details. And I have to go through and update older material. Gosh, frick, darn it, drat. I could. Right, what I was gonna do is the outfit and the Grogan. So my plan, the Neolithic playtest day after Arrow posts this as a PDF, maybe. So what we're gonna do this is going to be a Saga X, going to be the ancestor species. What is a saga? A saga is just delineation on different parts of this game. It's basically different sections of the book. So if I make a insert page elements, table of contents. If I make plain text, table of contents. Quick start, running a one shot. So Saga 1, making your species. All of this stuff. Saga 2, creating your creature. All of this stuff. Oh. These should not be here. Oh. Anyway, so you see what I'm going for, right? Is I want sagas to be little delineations. I want sagas to be areas to cut off between the book. And so its ancestor species is going to be where we talk about the various ancestors that you have access to. So this is all of the 12, like the Grogan, whatever. We're going to reformat and update the Grogan, and then the Thistrix, and then the Westwim. We're going to go through all these ancestor species. We're going to make them look pretty. We're going to add a little bit more information to them. We're going to fit the formatting to make it like look nicer. And then we're also going to add in like, what is this section? What is this? So your species didn't come from nowhere. The countless generations of the ancestor species have led through mutation and evolution to great changes among its descendants. The countless generations of the ancestor species have led your EP. Good night. I can't wait to send 3 meatballs on a quest to cure a village's tainted water. This quest could have been an email. Basically, your species didn't come from nowhere. The countless generations of the ancestor species have led through mutation and evolution to great changes among its descendants. These descendants, in turn, still walk the world around you and are seen by the newer species as their progenitors. Each frickin' heck. Be gone thoughts. Toes. Exactly, toes. Each ancestor species has a series of information has the following traits that they naturally have. Muse may have variations with this. Traits that they naturally possess How do I format this? So it's like each ancestor species has all of their ether organs alongside the following traits that they naturally possess. Muse may have variation within this. Regions they are native to. An instinct that they've yet to fully grow out of. A cultural question that reflects the practices of the species that linger in its descendants. A legacy question that reflects a specific detail of that species which has survived and changed through its descendants. So the recounted generations of the ancestor species have led through mutation and evolution to great change among its descendants. These descendants walk alongside their ancestors. And each has a different relationship with its progenitors. Each ancestor species has all of their ether organs alongside all the following traits that they naturally possess. Muse may have variation on this. Regions they are native to. An instinct they've yet to fully grow out of. A cultural question that reflects the practice of their species. A legacy question that reflects a specific detail of that species. So like, how do I want to do this? Do I do this? Like, do I do... Question, do I just do this? Like, would this be crazy? Would this be absolutely insane of me to do? So if I do this, and... column break. And then I go, who are the Grogan? Like, do you see what I'm going for? Right? So what I'm doing is Grogan. So they have their traits. I think what I do is I do this. Right? So they have their traits up here. They have a region. They have their instinct. They have their cultural question. They have their legacy question. And then who are the Grogan? Lore. And then example NPCs, example factions. And I think that I make in each of these, I make like 2 factions and I just give a brief like description of them. So I give the Stone Wardens. They are popular. And I think that they are momentum. I think that they are popular. Their momentum involves... So first off, it would be... They are industrious traditionalists? Or... What are the different... Frickin' A, sorry. So, traditionalists, industrious, isolationists, conquerors, uplifters. I think the Grogan in they're not isolationists, they're not merchants, but I think what they are is I think that we have the Stone Wardens, which are traditionalist socialites, and then separate from that we have other, which would be industrious socialites, right? So we have like just some example factions of like the sort of things that they are. Or we could say like ideological inclination, right? Agenda inclination, where instead of giving example factions, it is just, hey, they're most likely to be traditionalist, isolationist, or traditionalist, industrious, mercantile, and socialite, right? I think I like the idea of just giving some example factions. I think popular traditionalist socialites, their momentum, so they get 2 maxims, would be never turn away one in need, preserve the lore of your elders, right? And then the other one after the Stone Wardens would be, let's say, I don't know, with the Stone Wardens, and we have the Copper Seers. Momentum would be always build upon the old before starting something new. And then preserve the lore of your elders. It could be, I don't know, alchemy is sin. Like, alchemy is evil. So suddenly we have example factions, the Stone Wardens, who are popular traditionalist socialites. Their momentum, never turn away one in need, preserve the lore of your elders. And then we have the Copper Seers, which are popular industrialist socialites. Momentum, always build upon the old before starting something new. Alchemy is evil, right? So we're just making popular factions, which popular just means that their momentum has 2 maxims. And then it's just, we get some example NPCs, we get some example factions. And then I think that, like, maybe some art here, if we get any from the community. And then that's just what we do. So we slightly change the format of this. We go through and we add example NPCs, example factions, do I go... do I just go... hardline adherence to the ideal of Grogan hospitality. Adherence to the ideal of Grogan hospitality, with a strict understanding, with a strict line. Adherence to the ideal of Grogan hospitality, despite having an intense and secretive obsession with the secrets unearthed generations ago, right? And then these are the survivors of an ether of a survivors of a collapse caused by an alchemical explosion, alchemical combustion. Survivors of a collapse caused by an alchemical combustion who have turned towards shaping copper in order to turn towards shaping the future like a vein of copper. Survivors of a collapse caused by alchemical combustion who have turned towards shaping the future like a vein of copper. Like a mound of copper, like a chunk of copper. Right? So now we have like these two different factions that you might have. And neither of these are tied to like elders or to families or to paths. So these are just things that will show up in the Grogan society, right? I wonder if I can format this better. So it's so Stoner Wardens, popular traditional socialites, momentum, never turn away from one in need, preserve the lore of your elders, and then a little summary. So this could be Copper Seers, popular industrious socialites, always build upon the old before starting something new. Alchemy is evil. Cool. And then we could do so we now have something that looks a little bit better. We have the Grogan. We have an explanation of like what all of these are. So what I could do actually, I could change the format to match it. So then I do an instinct goes there. Column break. So now it's alongside the following traits that they naturally possess, regions they're native to, cultural question, instinct, legacy question. And so traits, region, cultural question, instinct, legacy question. Awesome. Why does this feel odd? I feel like this needs to have more space. Like, I feel like this needs something before it, but I don't know what that would be. Like, I feel like it needs a name, right? Species name. So each has all of their ether organs. Well, yeah, so I mean, like, I think that it needs art, certainly. It's just a matter of, like, the formatting here looks odd to me. So each ancestor species has all of their ether organs, though might lose some as the rift closes. So your species didn't come from nowhere. The countless generations of the ancestor species have led through mutation and evolution to great change among its descendants. These descendants walk alongside their ancestors, and each has a different relationship with its progenitors. Each ancestor species has all of their ether organs, though some might lose some as the rift closes. These ancestors often still hold great influence, and their villages occupy the most the areas of abundance, though the simple fact is that their influence is waning. Below is a key traits that they naturally possess. Your species can take on one. So your species will be able to evolve any and all of them. Regions they are native to. So traits that they can naturally possess, which you will be able to evolve over time. Regions they are native to, where... So, how am I phrasing this? Am I explaining this like, what is a trait? Because I already explained that earlier. I'm explaining it like, is it how you... So this is for character creation, right? Their influence is waning. The species name, traits that they naturally possess. You get one trait from each of your ancestors, and 2 more in any combination from all of your ancestors. Does that make sense? Regions that are native to, you begin with one of the two regions from one of your ancestors. You begin native to... Your species begins native to one of the 2 regions from an ancestor that reflect the practices of a specific ancestor that linger in your species. An instinct that they've yet to grow fully out of, and which you have inherited. A legacy question that reflects a specific detailed species, which has survived into yours. Right? So now it's traits that they naturally possess. You get 1 trait from each of your ancestors and 2 more in any combination from all of your ancestors. Traits that they naturally possess. The combined traits of all of your ancestors are the only traits you will be able to evolve over time as a species. Regions that are native to, your species begin native to one of the 2 regions from a single ancestor. An instinct that they've yet to fully grow out of, and which you have inherited. A cultural question that reflects the practices of a specific ancestor that lingered in your species. A legacy question that reflects a specific detail of that species, which has survived into yours. Survived into yours and changed. Following is an explanation of what each species sheet portrays. Species name, trait, all that stuff, and then I think I do who are the species, a brief summary of their history, customs, beliefs, and biases. Okay, that's no good then. Columns are weird. What the frick? I'm sorry. Please excuse my language of what the fricking. What the frick frack? What the patty whack? Okay, cool. Awesome. Who are the species? A brief summary of their history, customs, but beliefs and biases. most members of even most creatures know this information, even if they are of other species. Most creatures, even if they're of other species or have no relation to that ancestor. Right, so a brief summary of their history, customs, beliefs, and biases. Most creatures know this information, even if they are of other species or have no relation to that ancestor. So like you as a player character know about Grogan paths and families and like the elder with Grogan hospitality. So like you know if you encounter Grogan, you're going to be guaranteed Grogan hospitality. You don't need to be like, well, would I know this? Like, yes, you do know that. Unless you're specifically playing a character that wouldn't. Right. So we have example factions and NPCs. Okay, so Grogan are good. We are just going to take the Grogans. We're going to go to the Thysatrix. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go there. I'm going to replace you with you. Womp. 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 I'm going to replace you with you. Womp.
Yummers.
Immaculately timed yummers. Benoy yawn. No, Benoy yawn. Example faction. This I just italicized the second line, so that's fine. Now I go down to this tricks. I go womp womp. And so example factions, the XYZ, popular, ideological, diplomatic, momentum, X, Y, description. Now I have a summary that I can just copy paste. I can do this. Watch me. I can go to them. I can do that. I can go to them. I can do that. I can go to them. I can do that. I can go to them. I can do that. I can go to them. I can do that. I can go to them. I can do that. I can go to them. I can do that. I can go to them. I can do that. I can do them. I can do that. I can go to them. I can do that. Okay, cool. I did that. Now, we have Thysatrix. They're going to be italicized. Italicized. Example factions. We need a Thysatrix faction, and we need a what's it called? What the heck? What the frick frack? Patty whack, click clack. Am I just silly? Am I just like not thinking about this right? So let me grab agenda. So we have diplomatic. I think that we have isolationist. And we have socialite. I think that we have ideologically, I think they're both cultural. Right? And I think this is Desertrix, and this is Foratrix. And I think that... Am I silly? I asked sillily. No, I did no such thing. I know I'm silly. That's part of my branding. The XYZ, I want to say like the forest people, but those that walk on branches. And I think that their momentum is do not climb above the canopy's peak. And one of their maxims is I think it's humility is strength, right? Like do not climb above the canopy's peak, and humility is strength. So the Foratrix, a keeper, what is it? A banner. A group of Foratrix convinced that the skies are retributive for hubris. And so one must keep their head and ego low to avoid their wrath. Those that walk under branches. A group of Foratrix convinced that the skies are retributive for hubris, and so one must keep their head and ego low to avoid their wrath. And then this can be the white strip. Oh, hey, I'm really good at that part. My head and ego are never high. Well, yeah, because you're short. I think always display the white strip crest. Always display the white strip crest when in public. And do not, I don't know. Offer friendship, or I guess like every stranger is a potential friend, right? Always display the white strip crest. Desertrix who have long since parted ways from their caravan, yet still proudly cling to their ties of the past and always look to reconnect once more. Right? So like you have one where it's just like, oh, it's like hi, like don't be hubristic, like humility is strength. And then the other one is just like, yo, it's my buddy from way back. It's been like years since I've seen you. What's good, bro? And then like you high five and like you dab them up. That's the difference that we can have here. And so this would just be format, cultural, instinct, column break. That. Cool. Okay, so Westwood. Example factions. I want to call them like the murder death. The martyr death. So I think that they're belligerents. And ideologically, they could be traditionalist, expansionist, purist. I think that they are expansionists. Are they expansionists? What if they're purist of all things? Mystical, traditionalist. They're expansionist and they're belligerents. those that cannot fight do not eat. And I think a faction called Martyr Death should be pacifist for irony reasons. That would be really funny. That would be really funny. Those that cannot fight do not eat. What you can take is yours by right. A collection of dire Westwim who have been unable to defeat one another at moots and decided to simply enter a truce with one another and expand in different directions. And then I think that this one is also belligerents, because I think that Western culture is very belligerent. But I think that this is traditionalists. And I think that this is like, oh yeah, the Blood Cult of Zelgarath, the bloodied one, dug another well for the village. So nice of them. The issue is, it filled up with blood. And, you know, it was like B negative. So it wasn't even like it was O. So we couldn't do blood transfers with it. The vampires are very happy, though. And the mosquitoes, like, it's just one big mosquito trap. So we're very happy about that. But it is kind of concerning that they dug up a freshwater well and then blood was in it. Let us... the Martyr Death and... the flights of Stroll. A nomadic group of Westwim, primarily whelps, who follow their leader Stroll from location to location in an attempt to find a place they belong. What are some tenets, some maxims, some edicts assigned to that sort of culture? To stay where you are not, where you aren't wanted is folly. Strength is not the, violence is not the answer. I mean, they wouldn't be belligerents then, would they? To stay where you are, to stay where you aren't wanted is folly. Pursue your truth. Pursue your truth no matter the cost. Right. Okay, so, Strovodon. Oh. Womp womp. Womp. Womp womp. Womp 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 womp. Womp womp womp. Womp womp. Okay. Strovodellum. They are the High Chamber of the Second Coming of Silver. They are a popular traditionalist. There's a merchants. They can be merchants, conquerors, uplifters, socialites. The High Chamber of the Second Coming of Silver, popular traditionalist socialite merchants. Hello, welcome back, everyone. I'm just grinding through these. To Thou shalt not engage in base activities. Thou shalt find servants. Thou shalt find no servant to question thy word. Thou shalt tolerate no servant questioning thy bidding. I only engage in accident activities. Yeah. Well, the pH of this is gonna be real low, so you're fine there then. The inner circle of a monarchy's monarchy's economic class, where entry is denied even to those where is often denied even to those of favorable fin and flare. And then this will be the popular radical. Radical dadical. I like the idea that there's a radical faction here. The United Strova anthropology, Strovapology, the United Strovacentric Front. Popular radical. Created in desperation by the disadvantaged suffering under the twin-circled kingdom. The Twin Circle Kingdom, created in desperation by the disadvantaged suffering under the Twin Circle Kingdom. They have grown quite popular due to their no concessions stance. Obstruct authority in any form. So long as one suffers, so do the many. And then, I think that they are... What's the opposite of traditionalist? I guess traditionalist, like I made the opposite, expansionist. I guess actually instead of, it'd be purist, right? And I think these are... I think I want it to be like one is different, one is the same. We can have it be... I don't want it to be pure, so I guess they're merchants still. I guess it would be cultural. Or be industrious? Industrious. By one's merits stance. I keep thinking of the Stellaris Empire ethics. Listen, what I'm doing is I'm adding Stellaris Empire mechanics to this game effectively. Like what I'm doing is that it's not a main gameplay mechanic. It's not central to the game, and it's not something you need to worry about in gameplay, but it is something like in the background, if you are part of a faction that is purist merchants, that is going to color how you interact with another faction that are industrious merchants, because in all likelihood, you're going to get along better by the fact that you're both merchants. Same where if you are expansionist belligerents and you're talking to someone who is a cultural socialite, you probably won't get along very well. But ultimately, it's not that important, right? It's not that important to the game. The cling. Okay. Instinct. Freeze. Like a coward. Okay. Who are the cling? Oh, criminy. I keep forgetting to do this. I need to go back. I love giving the Strovadelm like ridiculously long names. I love giving the Strovadelm just like names that are like, okay, Violet 8 Braggadocious, Violet Flare, 8 Finn, Senior Aristocrat of the Shallow Chamber under the Violet-Hued Monarchy. And then we have like Twillium Beta, a recent transplant of the Queendom and Frozen Roots, Beta Flare, Square Finn. Ah, they're so silly. All right, who's up for taking out some not great people? Oh my gosh, I just thought of something so funny. The True Empire's children. The Empire's children. The true children of the Empire. Okay, so we have the Empire's true children, and then we have the true children of the Empire. These guys are all conquerors. They're conquerors. And I think that one of them is going to be cultural conquerors, and the other one is going to be traditionalist conquerors. Or maybe one of them is I don't want to just make everyone traditionalist, but what if both of them are conquerors? One of them is industrious, one of them is mystical. To advance, so the advancement of the cling above all else. Weapons. I mean, it could be like weapons win wars. The advancement of the cling above all else, weapons win wars. And then this will be the physical is ephemeral. Extend control beyond the mortal sphere. Nap was very fast. Well, welcome back. So we have the Emperor, we have the Empire's true children facing off against the true children of the Empire. I think if they're industrious conquerors, those that see the remnants of the Kling Empire and decided its innovation and industry were the true pillars that propped it up. The adherents, individuals who... Okay, what if we make this popular hidden? And so they're fringe. So they're a fringe, hidden, mystical conquerors. Physical control is the weakest and most ephemeral form. Is is its physical control is its weakest and most ephemeral form. If individuals who see the future of the Kling only reaching its previous heights by utilizing alchemy and enforcing subservience on all other species. Right? So this one is just like, hey, the advancement of the Killing above all else, weapons win wars. Those that see the remnants of the Kling Empire and decide its innovation industry were the true pillars that propped it up. And then the true children of the Empire are individuals who see the future of the Kling only reaching its previous heights by utilizing alchemy and enforcing subservience on all other species. The Emperor's New Groove? No, not the Empire's New Groove. That would be copyright infringement. Okay. Fort buff. Do I? I think I leave it. Do I? I think I have break there, break there. Tell me if I'm crazy. All right, so I need to do that. I need to do that. And I need to do that. And that. And that. And that. That. And that. And that. And that. And... Okay. Back to the Vorpov. Okay. We have two factions. The Amber Tongues. They are, I think all of the Vortboff are cultural. I think they're isolationist. Where these ones are Vortboff who describe the collective as tasting amber, and all of whom have a predilection for tuning out all but the most essential voices. The collective knows best for you. And I think it's keep outsiders, keep the collective from outsiders. So the Vortboff are like weird mushroom creatures that have like mycelium, and they connect to all other Vortboff by plugging into the ground into this thing called the collective. So there's this tension in the Vortboff of like, do you believe in the collective or do you not? And so we have one that's like really like that. I feel like we got some uplifters here. I think that we have the corticel, and I think that this is I think this is a fringe group, and they're also hidden. And those that, while still connected to the collective, find it is a gift to be shared with creatures of other species, whether they desire it or not. Cordyceps. In your brain, in your ears. So it's Frin, so it only gets one. The glory of the collective must be shared. When doing so, would not risk it. You will be my friend. Please do not resist. Exactly. We got some Jitty Kitty. These are Fey horses. They got hooves and scales and mandibles, and they got tails and photoreceptors. They have an apex and an assert. Their apex is the shiniest scaled one, and their assert is the swiftest one. The apex stands at the boundary of what is acceptable, both physically and also culturally. If you have an assert, or if you have an apex that says something, that is like a harpy from Vampire the Masquerade. Whereas they will physically stand on the tip of the mountain that is most dangerous, so everyone can see the shiniest scaled one. Oh, we can't go farther than that. That is the role of the apex. The assert is the one that scouts ahead and determines where the group is actually going. And so there's often tension between those two. And I think we have one where I think this is a faction that has completely done away with the idea of the apex. And so I think that these are purists, isolationists. Are they expansionists? I think they're expansionists. They're expansionist isolationists, where a group that has completely done away with the concept of boundaries and limitations, including the position of apex, in favor of dominating in favor of spreading across the land in abundance. So restraint is cowardice. And I think it is the only ones to care for are your loved ones. And then I think we have a separate one. And I think that this is... What's a Harpy in Vampire the Masquerade? In Vampire the Masquerade, there is a court role in the Camarilla that is called the Harpy. And that is basically your trendsetter. In the Camarilla, there's an official role, which is more so like... It's kind of unofficial, but it is technically a role in the court, where if you have a vampire that is a harpy, and often you will have a couple harpies in a given city's court, they're the trendsetters. They're the ones to come up with fashion. They're the ones to come up with art designs. They're the ones that hear all the gossip and hear all the rumors. And so a harpy in Vampire the Masquerade is a low-level member of the court, someone that reasonably your coterie can interact with regularly, and is responsible for a lot of the flittering of vampiric hearts, right? Oftentimes, like a Toreador is going to be a harpy. So far, you've only played in an Anarch territory game. Yeah, they are a Camarilla court role. So the Rose assertion, I don't think we have one that gets rid of the assert. I feel like we have one where it's just like cultural, or I like the Jitty Kitty being expansionist socialites. right? Where they are speak freely and often. Trust must be given before it is received. Never strike creature first. What are these? Reasonable, someone who could be easily replaced. Yeah. So like the harpy is probably gonna be someone that's like kind of important. But it's generally not going to be like the main important person. In a Camarilla court, it is the prince up top, followed by the seneschal, followed by the primogen, followed by like the sheriff with their hounds, and then you'll have like the harpy beneath all of that. The harpy is not like in a position of leadership. The harpy is in a position of cultural influence. For the Jirikiri, like the rose assertion, the unquelled chorus. Does the Camarilla have court jesters? Not as an official role, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had like a funny Malkavian who they're just like, bring in the Malkavian. I want a good chuckle. I haven't laughed in a few years. And then they bring in the Malkavian, and the Malkavian's like, doom upon us all. And then the prince is like, ha ha ha. I am ignoring your prophecies of doom as I have for the past 300 years. Send him back to the cell, and then they go back in the cell and they're locked in there for like 300 more years. That's my assumption of what the Camarilla does for a court jester. A group oriented around connecting and connecting various herds with a focus on ensuring all bands various groups of Jirikiri with a focus on ensuring all bands eventually become a herd. A group oriented around so individuals oriented around connecting various groups of Jirikiri with a focus on ensuring all bands eventually become a herd. Become a herd. Gehenna is upon us! Gehenna, you can't ignore the signs! Gehenna's coming, all is lost! Now, send it back to the dungeon. I have like 12 thin bloods I need to put a blood hunt on. Like, that's really what the elders are doing. And deserved. I'm so sad. I made a vampire character for a game with my siblings, and I was talking about that earlier on stream. And I didn't make it the wrestler that we made on stream. And I'm sad about that because the wrestler was so much fun to make. The wrestler was so much fun. And like I told my siblings about that, and my siblings were like, that is an amazing character idea. And I'm like, I know. So I'm sad that we couldn't make the wrestler. However, I did make a Ventru that got put in baby jail. And if you want an explanation, I already gave that earlier, so you can watch the VOD. But like, Vampire the Masquerade is a setting where if you make a very serious character, that's going to be a good time, obviously. A lump. I think they're too chill to be any agenda. But I think Vampire the Masquerade is one of those games where the sillier your character, the more it's going to hit. Like, the more serious your game, the sillier your character, the more it's going to hit. I think they're cultural. And then we have one, which is... We already just did Isolationist Socialites. What if instead we do Socialites? Well, no, they're very cultural. I could do socialites and merchants. I always think I lean Anarch in terms of like what I want to play, with Gangrel, Brujah, and Malk being my favorite clans. Yeah, so Gangrel and Brujah very solidly Anarch. Malk can go anywhere, but traditionally they actually are Cam. The character I made a game for was in an Anarch game, and we haven't played yet, but we made session 0 and we made our characters, and I'm in a gas station where I'm a Ventru who is an Anarch, but I suck at being a Ventru, and I put all of my points into Fortitude. So I have 4 dots of finance, I have 5 points of resources, I have all of my powers are in Fortitude outside of 1 dot in Presence, where I took Daunt. I have harder stats voice, where I'm super loud and really aggressive, and like it's always hard to ignore me. And I am like the most aggressive, assertive, like Brujah coded Ventru you got. Masquerade is fun when the silliness is taken serious. Exactly. Masquerade is fun when you're allowed to play a serious character who is silly, or a silly character going through serious circumstances. But the issue I see is a lot of people say, okay, there's a line where you can play your silly Malkavian and you get to be comic relief, and that's all you do. Everyone else is going to be super serious and brooding, right? Classic style Venture are my least favorite in terms of like I'm better than you tends to make me want to do a puncha. No, that's the thing. The character I made, the reason I gave her 3 points of Fortitude is, one, because I wanted to play a Ventru that like sucked at being a Ventru. I wanted to play a Ventru that was like really good at making money, but sucked at like the Royale Politique, the praxis of being a Ventru. But this means you can punch me and I can just take the punishment. And I can just be like, hey, listen, I have more health than you because I have 3 dots of Fortitude. I have resistance to damage, and I can also reduce incoming fire and sunlight damage. You have 3 minutes until my private security team gets here. If you can kill me before then, I will be shocked. Hit me with your best shot. And that's what her strategy is. Her strategy is, I don't need to beat you in a fight. I need to not die by the time I can pay people to beat you in a fight. And that's my character's goal, which is why they're in baby jail. My character is in baby jail because my character's sire is like, you need to learn how to actually handle yourself and not just rely on people bailing you out because you're paying them. And my character's like, why? I have money. I have money. Why can't I spend my money to get myself out of situations? And then they're just like, no, this is why you're in baby jail. I'm not saying you can't buy your way out of circumstances. I'm saying you should have the competence to, even without money, solve your problems. And my character's like, I would just make more money. And then my sire's like, Jesus, why did I embrace you? And like, that's the relationship I have with my sire, is my sire's trying to teach me like a very real lesson, right? A very just like, hey, you might have the resources and you might have basically unlimited resources. 5 dots of resources, you are ultra rich. That's like Steve Jobs, or that's like Bill Gates. That's like I don't think like Elon Musk rich, right? But it's like super rich. That's not going to not help. However, I need to be able to actually handle myself even if I can't access my money. That tracks for my coterie. We have a serious Malkavian blood bonded to her sire, a Brujah Punkra. Yeah, also, without any mechanical ties, I was just like, I want to be bloodbound to my sire. I think my character, like, I want this to be a little bit of like a traditional Ventru sire, and so they would probably blood bond me. They would probably like, I'm bound to them. I'm like I'm their problem. And I've only been embraced for like 9 years, so like I'm not even a neonate yet. I'm still a fledgling, barely a fledgling, but I'm still a fledgling, and I've been in baby jail this whole time. And they really want me to learn how to handle myself so they can unbond me and I can do my own thing, and then they can have the honor of like having me be their childer. However, we're in an Anarch game. This is not a Cam game, so it's a bit more loose. A Brujah punk rocker who used to be a thin blood until she ate her sire, a Sombra not quite elder who's basically in charge but not technically the Baron, and then a thin blood who's a gay silly chemist nerd. My character hates capitalism too much. You're playing the Brujah. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. Well, I'm no longer a thin blood anymore. Oh right, I was doing TTRPG stuff. Okay. The Galaromp. I think well, cultural merchants. Screw it. Screw it. The Zomp. The Thomp. Never allow them to guess your next move. A secretive, radical, a secretive, extremist cell of Lomp dedicated to taking down the world order by influencing other species with music, fruit, and dance. A secretive extremist cell of Lomp dedicated to taking down the world order by influencing other species with music, fruit, and dance. Oh my gosh, that's so silly. I think never end a conversation without offering a deal. And then we also do the Thomp. Actually, no, not trademark. Yeah, trademark hasn't been invented yet. Copyright doesn't exist yet. Never end a conversation without offering a deal. Offer praise without punishment. And then their thing is a series of disconnected emissaries of the Lomp who prioritize, or I think never in a conversation without offering a deal, act in accordance. Act a series of disconnected MCs of the Lomp who prioritize increasing other species relationships with the Lomp via negotiation and trade. And then we also have the Zomp, the evil Zomp, the fringe, hidden, radical cultural conquerors. I think when I played my first time, I was playing an Anarch-coded Gangrel who was working for the cam because of bonds. If it weren't for that, he'd be an Anarch, and he absolutely do to sabotage the higher up. Such a ruining deal that one of the high-ranking Ventrue was making with Pentex by setting up a homemade EMP, getting help from the werewolves, and taking out their Pentex rep. Had the stuff required to not be instantly ripped to shreds by... Listen! It's canonical that the Garrow, the Lupines, the only ones they have any degree of respect for is the Gangrel, and even then they don't like them. The Garrow do not respect any other vampires, and the Gangrel see the Lupines as the great enemy. So, Gangrel and werewolves have a very strange relationship. In the werewolf game I'm running, vampires have been a consistent thorn in their side, right? The main threat they have been dealing with has been not just vampires, but the Camarilla and the Sabbat, each of them jockeying towards one another, and both of them trying to use the werewolves to kill the other one. And so they've dealt with these, and they ran into this one Gangrel This one gangrel was sent into the woods to like talk to the werewolves, and then this gangrel's clearly only been like a fledgling for a few years, does not know what's going on, and is just getting bullied by these werewolves, and the werewolves are like, leave, don't come back, and tell them not to come into our forest. Oh, you absolutely don't have to, but it would be cool and funny if you put this in Creative Commons and justify by saying copyright has. I was thinking it would be really funny if someone like ripped off the game, and then my response to that was, well, copyright has been invented. I guess I can't go after them. I'm sorry I squeak. It's embarrassing. The Klakauk. One of my favorite species. Because they're so weird. Because they're so cool. I like them. They're prickly, like me. Don't apologize. It's adorable. Thank you. We've yet to find a werewolf in the vampire game. We met a hunter, though. I want to involve more hunter orgs. I want to involve like Monster X, which is why I was talking about that earlier, where like my character might, my vampire character might have like Monster X on the speed dial. Like, he realized that this deal between the Cam and Pentex would wipe out a large portion of Anarch territory, risking high damage to the humans because it would cause the werewolves to go wild, so he made a deal. Yeah, deal with the Garrow. Nothing wrong with that. I think that sort of... So, okay. I will say, it's often looked down on. I think that there's advice that says, don't bring other splats into your vampire game. Not because it's not going to be cool, but because it's going to get complicated, and because it's going to take the focus away from small-scale personal horror, and it's going to kind of branch it up. And I've definitely felt that with adding vampires into my werewolf game. However, at the same time, my werewolf game is about how can you put out the fire you're dealing with when there are 4 other fires and you're like working in a gasoline factory, right? So it's like generally advice is don't bring other splats in outside of maybe a couple references. I personally, I'm of the opinion, I'm like 60, 30, 10. I'm like, have like 60% of it be about your main splat. Have like 30% of it be about a secondary splat. And then have 10% be references to a third splat. For instance, in the werewolf game I'm running, it's mostly about werewolves and spirits. There's a good bit of vampires involved. And just recently, there's been a tiny little bit of fae. They've met 3 changelings that are all at a freehold, that are outside of their territory, that have some odd individual in their room with them. It's like a cabin in the woods sort of situation. And the Garrow met up with the fae. They talked with them. The fae, something I really enjoyed doing was portraying that these 3 changelings, the 3 changelings that the character was interacting with, they were basically just like the Garrow, in that they kind of knew what was going on and they like had an understanding of what changeling stuff was, but at the same time, they're like, up until a couple years ago, they were like a college student. Up until a few years ago, they were like a teenager. Up until a few years ago, they were just like a normal person in their 30s. And then they had all this changeling stuff happen. And then now they're dealing with that. And so the Garrow and the changelings both kind of were like, oh, I'm glad we're not the only ones that don't really know what's going on. And they also realized, like, they had conversations where like the changelings were like, hey, historically, we understand that before you guys abandoned the forest. And then the Garrow like, whoa, we never abandoned the forest. And then they're like, really? Like we've heard that you abandoned the forest like years ago. And then the Garrow's like, okay, well, we might have been driven out like 600 years ago. And we only came back like 50 years ago. But that wasn't, we didn't abandon it. We were driven out. And then changed like, fine, whatever. Before you left, we apparently were allies. We have stories of working alongside the Garrow, of the Lupines, the werewolves, and we would be open to doing that again. Because both of them hate vampires. Both of them hate the Black Spiral Dancers. Both of them have an aversion to the city and have a vested interest in the forest that they're in being healthy. And like, if this is the forest, like bean shaped, if the Garrow are up here, the Fae are like over here. And this is like a day and a half of travel, right? This is like a little face I made. Nose. Little face. Arrow Squeaks isn't embarrassing, it's intimidating like a desert rain frog. People, honestly, I will say, I've had people accuse me of faking my laugh, which I've talked about before. That is like the highest compliment I can receive. Because like, if people are accusing me of faking my laugh, that means they assume it is so special or unique that I would not be able to do it naturally. So like, Pog. And also a lot of people like say very kind things about it and they're really sweet and whatever. But like, someone like accusing me of like, or I had someone who accused me of using AI at one point. Because like up until a couple months ago, I was responding to like 80% of all comments. Now I probably respond to like 40, 50% of all comments. But like on my YouTube videos, I had someone like accuse me of AI because I was responding to so many comments. And then I was just like, no, I just respond to these by hand because I care about this channel. And then they were like, yeah, sure, a likely story. And then I like responded to them. And I think that they purposely added like pizza at the end of their message to like throw off the algorithm or the LLM or whatever. And I'm just like, did you add pizza to try and throw me off as if I was an LLM? And they're like, well, fine. I guess that you just have so much time on your hands. And I'm like, yeah, I do. I devote time to, I set time aside in my day to respond to comments. That's like a thing I do. Like, this isn't a roast. This is you not understanding what content creation is like. Like, and it was something where I get it. If I saw a channel that is making consistent content and they're responding to just about every comment, I would assume they're using AI too. Just full stop. But like, knowing nothing about the channel, I would assume it's AI. But also like, it's very clearly not AI. Like I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to go about that. Like it's very clearly not AI, and I have made my thoughts on AI very, very clear. And my thoughts on AI is actually way softer than I think a lot of people have. I think generative AI has no place, and I think that the data centers that we have are not only wastes of space, they're also actively hurting communities as well as the economy. I think that they're taking up natural resources that not only people in the nearby area actively need, but also non-renewable resources that we need. I think that AI data centers are legitimately one of the worst investments we have gone into in the recent years, not to mention the fact that they're being built in places like deserts, where they need even more water for cooling. Though I do think that AI has its place. I think that AI as a tool has its place in the non-generative fields. I think that as a assistant in terms of particularly for research and medicine, those are our fields to use it. But I also think that we need like regulation. I think that we need regulation before we implement it on a broad scale. And I think that we also need to tackle things like inherent biases in training data. Deep learning is not the same as generative AI and LLMs. However, that is often called under the AI umbrella. So that's why I am of the take that like we have more nuance there. But I'm still firmly, quote unquote, anti-AI, given by the fact that most of the AI conversation is about Gen AI. It's about ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini and all that stuff. But that being said, like I am someone who is softer on AI, and I'm not going to like cast you out into the fires of Mount Doom should you use AI. However, I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to support this project. I had someone who reached out to me recently and they responded to me, and I need to read their response. And they were just like, hey, would you like to work with us on this sponsorship deal? And I was just like, your Kickstarter says that there's no AI in this, and I'm looking at it and I see AI. And so, like, unfortunately, I can't work with you on this. And they responded, and I need to see what they're doing. I need to see what their response is. But like, if a sponsor approaches me and they're like, "Hey, do you want to work you want to work with us on this project? Do you want do a sponsorship deal?" And it's like filled with AI. I'm like, no. Like, even if I didn't care about AI, even if I was just like, yeah, I'll take that bag, none of you would care. Like none of you would want it. None of you would bite. And that would damage my credibility with you. So even if I'm like purely selfish, even if I'm not thinking about any of the ethical concerns, it would just be a bad business decision. And that's always like the two-pronged thought process I have. Whenever I make a decision like this, I think on the two axes of, is this like my ethics? And how would this be as a business decision? And this is a funny situation where like, obviously ethics come first, but then also like my business sense is also like, this would be a terrible decision, which is very funny to me. Very funny to me. Even in assistance roles, it's killing people's ability to aggregate information, which is the addictive and withdrawal kills you. So when I say assistance, I don't mean like Google secretary kind of deal. I mean in terms of like, hey, I as a scientist need to map out this genetic sequence. I could spend hundreds of man hours going through and mapping it out by hand, or I could use a deep learning algorithm in order to do it itself. That's the kind of thing where like, that's not really predictive. That's not generating anything. That is entirely doing a rote task in repetition in quick succession, which is what like you need like deep learning for, right? You can't just, I mean, I suppose you could like write a program that did that, but you would need to have a greater level of quote unquote like machine intelligence in order to actually recognize something like genetic bases. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say like assistance, right? I'm not saying like, oh, I can fire my secretary and I can have like an AI agent. I'm saying like, oh no, I'm doing like speculative work, and there is a portion of the work that is non-speculative that would literally just be a time sink. And even throwing it to an intern wouldn't really help the intern, right? Yeah, that's a good use case for a learning algorithm. And that's also quote unquote like AI, even though it's not an LLM. I know some people use AI voice stuff specifically due to speech issues, training an AI voice program on their voice to help get rid of their speech issues. I mean, that's an interesting use case. I also know that there's a lot of people who, as soon as anything comes up and they have any sort of criticism levied at them, they just hide behind one or more other extenuating circumstances about themselves, regardless of what it might be. So I don't know if that's a situation, because like, I don't know how helpful that is. Maybe that's hurtful. Like maybe that's harmful long term. I don't know. I'm not a speech therapist. I know a speech therapist, actually, although she's busy doing stuff, so I can't ask her that. I love that thought process of following your morals and ethics and then justifying it selfish. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. And I think this would rub a lot of people the wrong way. I don't know how like much people like this, but generally what I do is whenever I need to make a decision, if it's like a business decision, or if it's like a channel decision, or if it's like a career decision, I think like, what are my ethics? And I'll like do / my desires, right? And what is quote unquote like the logical decision? Basically, I do what is the emotional and what is the logical. And almost always, I can logically justify whatever I come up with. I don't want to work on this project because it has AI. Well, why does that make sense? Because my audience would not take AI. I don't feel comfortable doing NSFW content or 18 plus content. Why don't I do that? Why does that make sense? Because that would blacklist me from a lot of different sponsors, right? and different opportunities. Like that would be closing a lot of doors to open a very small amount of doors. If I don't want to collab with this one particular person, why does that make sense? Because they're problematic and they're known for causing drama, which means I'll probably get caught up in drama. Like that's the kind of stuff where like I make a decision and I basically like challenge myself to justify it rationally. And almost always I can, because when you get into that mindset of it's not just my emotions, it's not just vibes, it's not just gut feeling, you actually interrogate that, you can very quickly pick up on like, here is a thread of logic that would make that make sense. Now, obviously, that ends up being circular. I'm not pretending it's not. I'm not saying that this is a foolproof way to ensure that you're making the right decision. What I'm saying is that it allows you to tackle the same issue on multiple axes. If I say, I don't want to work with this person, and I literally can't justify it logically, the only thing I come up with is that it's like, vibes. I have bad vibes. Well, like, yeah, I could logically say like, well, trust your gut instinct, like vibes, like you have a sixth sense for this kind of thing. Or I could be like, well, that doesn't really make that much sense. And then I would just kind of have to like face tank it. I would have to be like, yeah, I don't want to work with you because vibes. Like, that's just simple as. Sometimes you got to say that. Right. TTRPG, I forgot. So the Klakauk. I think these are isolationists and merchants. What if they're actually I'm getting cultural for them. The Klakauk are all about, you have the inner, you have the outer. Other Klakauk are on the inner. Other species are on the outer. Inviting someone into the inner is a very important, culturally significant event. It is the idea of your communities inviting them in as not just welcome in the community, but as part of the community. And so it is this very like cold, mercantile, transactional interaction on the outer, and this very warm, intimate, trusting commitment on the inner. And I feel like that's kind of isolationist. That's kind of isolationist for both of them. So it could be one is mystical and one is cultural. That was certainly an interesting conversation coming into. Listen, always. You also don't have to provide a reason. If sponsor reaches out, you can just say no thanks. I personally prefer to just give a brief explanation. Like, for instance, this was like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago at this point, when I had a sponsor reach out that said, hey, we would like to use your likeness for an 18 plus NSFW AI chatbot. I was just like ignoring them because clearly, no, that doesn't fit my demographic. That doesn't fit my branding. That doesn't fit my comfort. That doesn't fit anything. And I just didn't respond to them. And then they hit me up like 3 times. And then eventually I was just like, hey, I don't do NSFW. I don't do 18 plus. My audience would hate AI. Like, no. And then they stopped hitting me up. And then I had another one where I had another sponsor offer. There was a thingy that is used for AMABs to enjoy themselves in private time, or I suppose with a partner or partners, but like a tool for pleasure of the self. And there was a business where the whole thing was that they took internet celebrities or like internet micro celebrities, content creators, and they were just like, hey, you can like, we can make a mold based off of yours, and then your fans can, you know, and they hit me up of all people and were like, hey, like, would you like to like proceed with sponsorship on this? And I don't think I responded. But it was something where it's just like, do they know? Let me make one thing clear. Like, if you are a part of that, like if you join, like if you engage in that sort of thing, if you take that kind of sponsorship, like no shade, right? I'm not going to do shade to you. I think that that is generally tied to probably like GFE exploitative content. I have feelings on that I've explained before. But like me, first of all, I don't have the equipment they were looking for to mold. I don't know if they knew this, but I kind of don't have an any. Not to mention, I'm not an 18 plus channel. Also, not to mention, no. So, there was another time where this is my spam folder, so I assume this was just like a scam. But I did get an email, since we're on the topic. I did get an email one time where it was just like, hey, you won a free machine. And it was one of the machines where it's just like there's a motor here and it goes, you know, that kind of machine. So this is why I'm convinced that like 2 years ago, someone was using my email to sign up for stuff. Because now someone is signing up with my email, and they signed up for like a furry website, and I had to unsubscribe from a furry website. And they also signed me up for a they signed me up for a thing that I got a newsletter that included 20 ways to tie people up. And I was just like, what is you doing, baby girl? Like, I'm glad you're having fun, but not on my card. Ah, yes, a table saw, of course. No shade, but I don't want whatever else. It has to be the mold of someone else. Listen, like, okay, so we're in an ad, so I can talk about this. We're in an ad, so I can keep talking about ads. Like, I'm of the opinion that if you are the sort of person who has a channel where you have an audience that would legitimately buy that sort of thing, the sort of thing where it's just like a mold of downstairs, right? If you're a content creator where you have an audience that would legitimately buy and use that, I'm of two minds. And this is kind of like my entire ethos. I'm very consistent about this, I feel, where that's probably you have GFE content, or maybe you're just like in that sort of streaming sphere, in which case at that point, like, I don't really think that's GFE. I think that's just kind of like merch. But like if you have that kind of content, generally at that point, I'm of the mind, get that bag, right? If you're comfy with it and you're gonna make money off of it, get that bag. I can't judge you. They're all consenting adults. They're spending money on what they want to spend it on. You are getting money from something that you put time and effort into evolving. Get that bag. But also, it's like super exploitative. And that's the issue I always run into. It's super exploitative, particularly towards like lonely men. And like, yes, the whole male loneliness epidemic. Yes, the whole culture war, gender war, whatever. I'm not going to pretend, I'm not going to lie, like there isn't currently a massive problem that is not being addressed where men in particular, particularly young men in like, I'd say like the 16 to like 22 range are in particular feel completely isolated. Not just because they're socialized to be men and men's emotion is scary, but also because of COVID, also because of social media, also because of everything being online and everything moving away from third spaces. So you have a bunch of men who have either like never had a girlfriend or have never slept with anyone. And they want that connection. They want the intimacy. They go online. They see a streamer who is very attractive, who talks about things that they're interested in, who acts and gives role-playing and ASMR as if they were the partner of the viewer, and then says, hey, you know, if you want the experience of basically getting as close to me as you possibly can, you can buy this thing. And so this, like, presumably 18-year-old or older buys this thing in order to get emotional fulfillment. That's exploitative. Here, I gotta say this The squicks during the laugh? What do you mean the squicks? Ah, yes, one of those. I remember hearing about that one on Blue Sky. Yes. I made a post about it when it happened. Or no, I think it was after it happened. Because like generally, if there's a problem with a sponsor or if there's a silly sponsor or whatever, I wait to talk about it. Just out of like, I think it's professional. If I'm gonna yap about it, I want it to be something that's like happened like at least a month a month prior. So I try not to bring up stuff that is like recent. Squeaking. I'm always so embarrassed with the squeak. Gosh. Example factions of the Klakauk. They are cultural isolationists. They prioritize music is the language, peace, or never allow those on the outer to hear your music. And the renter, not collective, orchestra players. Never allow those on the outer to hear your music. Never kill another Klakauk. Musicians and singers whose songs tell the story of the Klakauk, their loathes, and the secrets of the inner, so that future generations may hear them. Musicians, singers, and storytellers. And then, okay, mystical isolationists. The haze drug. The haze drug? The haze drug. The haze drug. To the secrets of alchemy are only for the inner. And let's go. Never use ingredients given by. Never use ingredients not harvested yourself. And then this could be alchemists who prioritize the pursuit of the perfect elixir. One that will never fizzle, combust, or expire, and may impart those properties upon its imbiber. Yep. I love saying the up with the multiple P's because it's so dumb. Like it's genuinely makes zero sense, but I like it. It's fun. It's coolio. Gosh, I'm hungry. I had a single croissant. I'm gonna have a plum when the stream's over. We just hit 4 hours. Once I wrap up the Alpip and the Lenogam and the Vashzal, that will be, I did part 1, part 2, or part 1, part 1.5, and part 2. Go eat now. No. I'm probably going to go another hour, is my guess. Coolio, I thought we were talking about Cornholio. No. Yeah, I'll pip. These are scattered few. They used to live in conclaves, where their leaders were called Mala, and their outsiders were called Autarky. And then they had some massive devastation hit them, right? Let me real quick, just because I'm going to be getting notifications about this, let me grab my new video. I'm going to just post it on the Discord, even though we're live. You can be some of the first ones to react. If you go over to announcements. Why are people pregnant emojiing me? Listen, the pregnant man emoji. I understand, it just kind of comes with the territory. But also, I'm not pregnant. Nor am I a man. I mean, I suppose I could indicate desire more than anything, in which case, sheesh. You feel? That one wasn't me, that's fair. Go eat yesterday? I did eat yesterday. I had pasta. What am I having for dinner too? Frick, we didn't take chicken out. Beans. Criminy. We frozen chicken. Like chicken breasts that we froze, and we're gonna make that for tomorrow. I don't know what my roommate's doing tonight, so I might be on my own for dinner. Stop. What am I doing? Oh, right, I'm making Mala. I'm gonna name this after the Camarilla. The Camelot. By the way, I wanted to clarify, and for Gore, you want to clarify the motorcycle that's outside? You wanted the motorcycle going by to clarify for you? Arrow's much masquerade pill today. Well, okay, so this is literally called the Mala and the Autarky. Like, these are terms that I got from, like, Vampire. And I don't think they're copyrighted. I don't think they're special. I think it's literally just, like, terms that they took. I also took Moot from Werewolf. The Camelot Sabot. The Camelot Sabot. What are these? I think they are fringe, both of them. Because I don't think that there's that many outpip in ability to communicate. What are their traits? I think that they are uplifters. That's their anchor. And I think that they're traditionalist and industrious. Why not? Let's make them industrious. So momentum, the Camelot Sabbat, thou shalt not reveal thy true nature to those not of the Camelot. So this is a fringe hidden traditional. I'm literally just rocking that. The Camelot. The Sabbat. The Sabot. I don't know. I think that's funny. Never turn away the opportunity to teach another the ways. with a capital W. The Camelot and the Sabbat. But when you were having a hand stream, I wanted to ask if that was the same desk on which you drew the guilty pleasures with your feet. Yes, this is the same desk. It is not the same stage. I moved across the country when I did that. But yes, this desk has had my feet on it. This desk has had my feet on it, has had my hands on it. I'm sure I've sat on it before. So this desk has history with me. Thou shalt not reveal thy true nature to those not of the Camelot. A secretive organization, even within the spheres of Alpip influence. It prioritizes maintaining a masquerade over your weaknesses and intentions. The Sabbat. Known also as the Black Sword. Kine. Known also as the Black Sword of Kine. They prioritize. Oh, the paths. I can do the paths. Because it's like the Sabbat paths. They prioritize technological advancements around weaponry and gleefully impart such knowledge upon any who seek it. Because I'm dumb. Because I'm silly. Because I like to have fun around here. Gosh, I need to stop. I need to stop freaking squeaking. I'm not a squeaker. I've never squeaked in my life. Bop. I was not wondering about if I had a feet on it. I was wondering how you reach the feet. Well, so, like, I'm on a chair. Like, look at me right now in the bottom corner of the screen. I'm in a chair. If I lean back, I can put my feet up and feet up here easily. I'm not Benoit. They developed bow and arrows and started spreading it around the world for ranged combat. Oh my gosh. The Lenogam. The Lenogam. I think that there is a fringe radical group. I think that these are belligerents because these are the fallen Lenogam. I think that their shared thing is that they are traditionalist. I was thinking maybe cultural, but I think that they're like the tie between the Lenogam are traditionalists. They both respect tradition. And I think that these are socialites. Are they socialites or are they isolationists? I think they're socialites. So this is true. This is the Mended Bridge. Fringe, radical, traditionalist belligerents. Led by a group of fallen who deny their heritage and seek instead to reunify with their true siblings. Led by a group of fallen who deny their heritage and seek instead to reunify with their true siblings, even at the cost of fighting those that deny them such. So there is atonement is a necessity and must be earned. Atonement is necessary as water. And then I think it is treat true and fallen as equals, right? Popular traditionalist socialites. So these boyos, I don't know why this is like crossed out. Occasionally you'll just do that because it's dumb. The true is the chamber, the circle of 9. What if instead of socialites, they're merchants? Never make the first move in a deal. Honor all promises made. And then a collection of counselors from various pods. They uphold ancient oaths and modern deals with the same level of care and retributive wrath upon their breaking. That's all. Finally, this is it. We're nearly done. We're so close to being done. I still have to make a Lancer video today. Frick! Depending on how long stream goes, I might just end up making it a voiceover, because I already recorded some voiceovers. So, we have the Oligarch, and we have a Shatter Assassin. I think what this is, Crack 2. I think all of these are mystical. Right? I think that these are mystical. And I think that one of them, are they purist? Purist? I think they're mystical. What if one is mystical, one is purist, and both of them are uplifters? Right? Because this means that every, like, there has been at least one or two cultural, traditionalist, industrialist, mystical, expansionist, purist, and also one or two socialist, isolationist, merchants, belligerents, conquerors, uplifters, right? So it is the responsibility, it is the responsibility of the Vash Zal to enlighten the ignorant masses and induct them into the 3 cracks of ego. It is a responsibility, so enlighten the ignorant masses, uphold all 3 cracks of ego. Right. And then representatives from various conclaves who come together in order to ensure Vash Zal continue to walk the paths of the cracks and offer such knowledge freely to all others. So the Outpip and the Vessel are both uplifters. What if they're both Purist instead? What would the Purist be? Would it be... I suppose actually it would be Purist Uplifters and Purist Merchants. Because they do have this purity of themselves. So this would be the... And I think the breakpoint is this one, because this one is shatters are the purest expression of the cracks, and their dealings across the world are by far the best way advancing the rift's closure. Because remember, the Vashtal are a theocratic doomsday cult assassin league, right? They believe that the closing of the rift and the fading of ether is just a swan song of the world, the schism. It is thus that the Vashtal operates mercenaries and assassins, disrupting the order of the world. However, as long as they are able and willing to pursue the cracks, they might find a place in the Vashtal. There have even been shadows of other species, and such creatures are encouraged to take on the label of Vashtal over their species. The blanket promise, the breakpoints. This would be always obey Shatter's orders, never break. I don't want to just make it like never break it. Like never go back on your word. Never break a contract. Never break a deal. Never always see the job through. Always see the job to its end. Okay, so we have officially. We did biome trees. We did region details. We updated some of the older material. Not all of it, but like we did some of it. The main thing is we want to go through and we want to fix all the formatting. And we need to kind of continue updating older material. It has been 4.5 hours. Yesterday I went like 6 hours. I might wrap up soon, do a Lancer video real quick, and then focus on this the rest of the night. Also, I think I have a stream on Monday. Yeah, heads up, Monday, noon PST, there's going to be a stream on Discord, where I'm just gonna be chatting. I might do some more painting actually. Like I don't know how I feel about that. I might just hop on and like just grab some more minis and start painting like my Barbgons or maybe some more Termagants. Yeah, got stuff done. Hey, Dimington, we got so much done. Most productive. Yes. Honestly, I was dreading the trees. The trees, not half as bad as I was worried. I'm very glad about that. I kind of want to just go through some of the material if you don't mind. Like, can I show off my game a bit more, please?
Yes.
A lot of this is doubled, so don't panic. Let's talk factions. No. I want to talk crafting. Hey, Memer. So, we are going to talk crafting here. So, items, your species is intelligent but not established. This is a Stone Age TTRPG. It's kind of biopunk. Stone punk, biopunk. So you can make designs and items, but they aren't built to last. They have a durability and a design. Durability, how much abuse can it take? Design, what's it intended to be used for? When you attempt a task, when you try to roll, you can use any items that have the design that lines up with it, and you can also use one item that doesn't line up. However, that takes off a durability. So if I'm fighting you and I stab you with a spear, that's part of the obvious design of my spear. I stab you, it doesn't take durability loss. if I take a pot and I whack you upside the head with a pot, it takes 1 durability damage because that's not what it's designed for. Similarly, if I take a shield and I use it as a cutting board or as a means to plug up a hole, or maybe I'm cooking something on my shield or on a plate of metal or on a pot or something, maybe that's not what it's designed for. It takes a point of durability. It is stabby stabby, exactly. And so item bonuses, when you use an item, is a 1d12 system that sometimes is a 2d6. It's not, have I been using pots wrong this whole time? Yeah, pots are actually used as helmets. Little did you know. When you make a roll, if it is a possible check, you roll 1d12 or 2d6 if your title aligns with it. Your title is your job. You are a warrior. You are a leader. You are a scholar. You are a musician. Whatever ends up being. Whatever reasonably your title would fall under, that check is 2d6. You want a 7 or higher, so 2d6, way better than 1d12. In an improbable check, it's only with your specific job description. So if you're a warrior, your specific task that you specialize in might be intimidating people. So you only get the 2d6 if you're trying to intimidate someone. Or maybe it's killing people. You only get that if you're trying to kill someone. You might get it if it's protecting others. You might only get it if you're protecting people, whatever it might be. So when you use an item, it might make an improbable check possible. It might make a possible check easy. Easy, you don't even need to roll. It might grant a +1 bonus. It might fill in additional nodes if successful. It might allow you to reroll a single die. So if you roll 1d12, that's reroll your d12. If you roll 2d6, you reroll one of your 2d6. Durability, they're not made to last. You can lose durability by using an item the way it's not supposed to be made. Or you can lose durability by making a payment of tears when you fail a roll. You may make a payment of tears, which reduces your durability. So when it reaches 0, it breaks, and you can repair it, but even if it's broken, it still takes up an item slot. A standard item's durability will likely not exceed 3. No item's durability can exceed 5. Item slots. Every species begins with 3 item slots. You can only hold as many items as you have item slots. Your GM might rule that items such as clothing from Odyssey or necklaces holding sentimental value don't take up item slots. They have no design, no durability, but they might have a narrative impact. Making items. When your creature has time, you can choose to create an item. Unless they have access to special materials, it will always be a standard item. It's a task like any other, easy, possible, improbable. It can be done over time or all at once, though once you begin creating an item, it immediately takes up an item slot. At any time, you can scrap your progress to free the item slot. Upon completion, you decide its design, the task it's intended to accomplish, the GM decides its durability. So it might be, I want to make it the spear, its design, attack creatures, and then the GM decides it has a durability of 2. I make this abacus looking thing. It's made to record transactions or mathematics, and then the GM decides it has a durability of 1. I make this weird star chart looking thing that I can read the stars in navigation, and the GM decides it has a durability of 3. Right. Repairing items. When an item has reduced durability, even 0, it can be repaired. Much like constructing items, it's just a task, and then every success increases the durability by 1. As soon as it gains a single point of durability, even if it has more max, you can use it. So if you're in the middle of a fight, and you stab someone, and your spear breaks, you can spend a turn to repair your spear, and then you have a working spear, even if it is 1 out of 2 durability. Special items. Some items are more notable than their common counterparts. And so you can make a reinforced item, which is just, it is harder to make, it's harder to repair, but it increases durability by 1. So this is just literally, I have a spear, I have extra time, I'm going to reinforce it. My spear goes from 2 durability to 3 durability. You watched the new Arrow short, it's perfect. Thank you. I had a lot of fun making it. I was, last night, I was like, I really want to work on the TTRPG. I really want to work on Neolithic, but I have to make a short. Oh, it's a voiceover? I mean, I guess that checks out. I kind of want to make this other voiceover I have, but I decided on this one because of the recent Goblin video. And then when editing it, I was like, this is so much fun. I'm having so much fun editing this. Arrow short? Yeah, they always wear those. Metal items. Rare even among the most advanced species, metal tools are the epitome of technology. Metal items have 2 more durability than the standard type. They also have an additional design, meaning they can be used for more tasks. So, you might have a copper axe head that is used to both attack creatures and fell trees. You might have a climbing hook, which is used both to scale surfaces and also to clasp things shut. Who knows? And so that means that, like, because they're metal, they are more flexible, oddly enough, in how they can be used without taking damage. Ether items are items that are effectively magic items. They have ether infused into them, magic infused into them. They have either a low concentration or a high concentration. A low concentration item grants 1 additional bonus when used in a task. The GM also scribes at 1 quirk that may or may not influence tasks. And then a high concentration item has 2 bonus dice and 2 quirks. And so an ether item must be treated with pure ether at least once during a solar cycle, or else it permanently fades from high to low or low to mundane. Now, what are quirks? Quirks are softly glows in darkness, is never where you left it, gently pulled towards sources of ether, can be set on fire without burning. You always wake up in it with it in hand. So it's not quite like I cast fireball. It's not quite it allows me to fly. It's not quite it gets plus 5 feet of reach. It's more so like weird stuff that is just kind of like minor magic traits from like the DMG from 5e. Solar cycle is a day-night cycle. So solar cycle is 1 day, 3 nights, because in the setting, night is 3 times the length of day. Day is like a full like 16, 18 hour day. Night is like 48 hours, 42 hours. What's a quirk? Exactly. Quirks are just little weirdness. And so you might have a branch, a club, that has a low concentration of ether. So when I smack you with my club, I deal 2 bonus dice instead of 1 because it's a club, so it gets 1 bonus dice. And then also it's an ether infused club, so it's 2 bonus dice. But also my club can be set on fire without burning. I can set my club on fire and smack you with a burning club, and that might deal more damage. Or it might be I have a chess piece that protects me. And if my chess piece glows softly in the dark, I never have to worry about seeing in the dark. I effectively have a flashlight on me. That's the kind of stuff it does. There are also 2 other types of items that are completely mundane and accessible to everyone: protectors and containers. Protectors allow you to, when you would take an injury, reduce the durability of protector by 1 to instead take a wound. And containers are, when they are in an item slot, they give you extra item slots called container slots. Container slots cannot hold containers. So if I have a basket in one of my item slots, I might gain 2 container slots. So I gain a net gain of 1 more item slot. Right. And so if I have a copper bowl, which the standard is like 2 durability. If it's copper, it becomes 4 durability. I suddenly got net gain of 3 container slots. Can my container be a bottle gourd? Absolutely. Absolutely. Experience. Oh, frick. I need to edit experience. So this is something that I need to do that I don't want to do right now. The stories and the adaptions. Mew. Ancestor species. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Obstacles. Do I have obstacles? No, I changed it to encounters. Right? Yeah, I still have a lot to do, but like, we're nearly there. Like, if I can just, okay, so I think I wrap up stream soon, and then I grind out the Lancer video for tomorrow. and then I can focus on this tonight, and then tomorrow afternoon I'm going to be busy, and then I can focus on this the rest of tomorrow. But that means that I won't have a video for Monday, so I need to do a video for Monday. I also have stuff outside of the channel I need to work on. So I'm just going to be grinding this. Like, Monday might be working on this on Discord, depending on how it goes. The goal, get this done in the next 24 hours. The goal is to get this completed in the next 24 hours. That should be manageable. That should be fine. Who knows? But, yeah. I'm going to send y'all over to Vivi, because it looks like Vivi is still up. I'm going to say congrats on Subnautica credits Pog. Because Vivi is a real life scientist as well as a mad scientist VTuber who is actually literally credited in Subnautica 2 because of consulting work she did for it. So tomorrow should be a Lancer video, which if I get it out in the next few hours, like that will be great if I can just grind that out. It might end up being a voiceover. Monday is a Discord stream. And then Wednesday is going to be a normal YouTube stream. I'm not doing a hand cam. I'm not doing anything crazy. Hand cam might be on Monday Discord. I don't know. But be on the lookout. After we are done with playtests for Xeneolithic, I'm going to be beating the war drum on Discord. And if you have the ability to participate, I would appreciate it very much. There's going to be a art collection for if you want to participate in the art of the game. And then it's going to be a girlfriend video. So thank you so much. Have a lovely day, night,